All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is January 26, 2026, and we have a very big week ahead of us. We're already waking up. There's a lot of different news. You're even actually hearing about the government buying companies again. You saw that was very big news. There was a rumor over the weekend, and then this morning they confirmed it. But this week we start to get the big tech earnings. Those are starting to roll out. Gold and silver are still going crazy, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. And then you have a lot of other headlines all around the world right now, and it's seeming like we're going to get an exciting week that at the middle of it, you get Jerome Powell and potentially a new update on the Fed chair. So, Chatadonia, I hope you had a good weekend. Drop those good mornings right now, baby. But we do have a lot in store. Again, it was actually not moving too much not too long ago, but you did get to pick up a little bit here. So I think it's going to be an exciting 7 hours, my friends. I think it's going to be an exciting 7 hours. So, Chatadonia, what's up, baby? Are you ready? Are you ready, Ray Dom? Are you ready, Lucky Soldier? Jackson, IPOC, EB, Legal, GG, Mr. CM. What's up, 2026.
Oh, hello.
And we have a
How are you?
Oh, what up, Mark? What up, Mr. Juve? Oh, good day, Star, Jimmy, Chad, Tyreek, Anthology in the house. Good morning, baby. What up, BDA? What up, Gus Gonzo, the one and only Humble Business? AP, Connor. Oh, good morning. Deco, Ryan. How y'all living, baby? Are you ready? Are you ready, Crystal? Super Takeoff? You're right. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a fun 7 hours. A fun 7 hours, Sal. What up, Sam, man? What up, Big Toe Time, Mr. Mullen? Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia. So I hope you're ready for it. If I missed you, no worries. We might have to blame the delay on that one, but God bless America. God bless Chatadonia. And now, here is your podcast friend. I don't know. Let's see how he sounds today. He sounded a little decent last week. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Good morning.
Snowstorm, winter storm cripples travel,
Strains
strains power grid across central and eastern U.S. Link and Reuters, FT, Bloomberg. Washington, shutdown risk spikes as Democrats threaten ICE funding over immigration raids. Bloomberg, FT. Trump reviews Minneapolis response, says immigration officers may eventually leave the area. Link Bloomberg. Republicans press for deeper probe into federal immigration tactics after Minneapolis shooting. Axios, Bloomberg, FT. Trump to try to renew focus on affordability in Tuesday appearance in Des Moines. Washington Post. House GOP majority weakened after war powers vote exposing control fragility. Link. Trump's lawsuit against JP Morgan exposes political conflict over Wall Street policy wins and setbacks. Reuters. GOP's affordability push may involve getting student loan borrowers back on track with repayments. Politico. Trade/tariffs. PM Carney says Canada has no intention of pursuing a free trade deal with China, respects its USMCA obligations, and CNBC. Canada's FM says country has no choice but to consider diversifying trade away from the U.S. Bloomberg. U.S. government to take 10% stake in USA Rare Earth as part of $1.6 billion support package for domestic mine and magnet plant. Reuters. Corporate NVIDIA CEO visits China as limited H200 chip approvals arrive, but broader sales uncertain. The information. Anthropic sought several $billions annually to power Siri. Apple balked at terms amid OpenAI hiring tensions. The information. Bloomberg. Samsung nears NVIDIA certification for HBM4 AI memory, closing gap with SK Hynix. Bloomberg. Reuters. IonQ to buy Skywater for $1.8 billion, expanding quantum chip manufacturing amid U.S. government deals. Link. CVC buys U.S. credit manager Marathon for up to $1.2 billion, closing expected Q3 2026. Bloomberg. Merck pauses talks to buy Revolution Medicines after price disagreement. Reuters. SoftBank halts Switch acquisition talks, stalling Sun's Stargate AI infrastructure ambitions. Bloomberg. Markets or investors face a reshaped risk landscape. Trump's global agenda, Fed attacks, contentious immigration moves. Axios. Gold tops $5,000 amid shutdown fears and rising geopolitical tensions. FT. Reuters. NY, Fed queried yen-dollar swaps, signaling possible U.S. large yen purchases, NY Times, Reuters. Japan acting on currency moves per U.S.-Japan statement. Coordination on yen unclear, Bloomberg. FX markets on edge, Reuters. BOJ money market data indicates no Friday currency intervention by Japan, Reuters, Bloomberg. Japan bond crash raises $7 trillion global risk as PM Takaichi's snap election call fuels market volatility, Bloomberg. Chinese sovereign wealth funds record ETF outflows signal Beijing shifting from market prop to active restraint, Bloomberg. Geopolitics, China's top general accused of leaking nuclear secrets to U.S. Bribery allegations threaten military readiness. Link, Reuters. Trump aides and inner circle say Donroe Doctrine aims to curb China by targeting Venezuela, Greenland, Iran, Cuba, Nikkei. Economy, economists say global economies addicted to government debt as rearmament, aging, tech, voter fear drive deficits. Link, German business morale unchanged in January, missing expectations for modest improvement. Reuters. UK job vacancies fall further in December as labor market cools, Reuters. Energy. OPEC Plus expects to maintain steady oil output amid surplus and rising geopolitical risks, Bloomberg. Iran boosts oil exports but earns less per barrel as intermediaries squeeze margins, Link.
A link. There's more, my friends. S&P futures, they're down by 0.1, or actually now up 0.1. Monday morning trading off worst pre-market levels comes after stocks ended last week lower, up and down string of sessions. Big tech was higher, but momentum, high beta, and retail investor favorites lagged. Treasuries mixed with some curve flattening, yields down 1 to 2 basis points on the long end. Dollars off by 0.4, DXY coming off the weakest since May 2025. Yen strength, the big story amid intervention chatter. Gold is up by 1.6, pushing above 5,000 an ounce. Silver is up 8%, up 9 of the last 10 sessions. Bitcoin down 1.7. And WTI is off by 0.6. Headline volatility continued over the weekend. Notable focus on Trump's pledge to levy 100% tariffs on Canada if the country makes a broad free trade deal with China. Treasury Secretary Bessent called recent China-Canada deal on vehicle imports about face, though PM Carney said Canada will respect its obligations under USMCA. Ramp up in concerns about partial government shutdown this weekend. Another ICE-link death in Minnesota sparked Senate Democrats to threaten to block DHS funding. Much anticipation ahead of earnings this week from four of the Mag 7, Meta, Microsoft, Tesla post-close on Wednesday, Apple after the bell on Thursday. Wednesday, FOMC meeting likely to be a non-event. Hold is widely expected, but we could see Trump announce his nominee to succeed Powell. BlackRock's Reader has become the favorite in the prediction markets. On the economic calendar, preliminary November durable goods orders rose 5.3 month over month, ahead of the street expectations for 3 to 4. And more, reversing of October's 2.2 decline. Core capital goods up by 0.7 ahead of the 0.2 consensus and prior 0.5 January. Dallas Fed manufacturing coming later this morning, also seeing Treasury auction $69 billion in 2-year notes. We followed by Tuesday with the sale of $70 billion in 5s and Thursday's $44 billion in auction of 7s. Overseas market on watch for potential yen intervention after press sources noted New York Fed conducted rate check in potential prelude to join U.S.-Japan action to support currency. PM Takaichi on Sunday reiterated authorities will take necessary steps against speculative market moves. Fairly quiet on the corporate front, not much on the earnings calendar today, though more than 100 S&P constituents are scheduled to report this week. BKR, Q4 beat in strength in technology, equipment, and services. STLD earnings beat, though revenue light, talked up solid demand backdrop. In M&A, report discussion between Merck and Revmin have cooled on sides not being able to agree on price. SkyT to be acquired by Ionic for $1.8 billion. USAR up big after Reuters reported the White House is eyeing taking a 10% stake and letter of intent signed this morning. Enphase announced 6% reduction to workforce. And I think that's it. Oh, man. And we got some pre-market movers, and then I got something for you. Oh, we're early. We got a lot of time. We got a lot of time, baby. Good morning. Good morning. As far as pre-market movers on the upside, CoreWeave is up by 10.3, invest $2 billion in CoreWeave stock. CCJ up 3.1, Ionic up 2.5 to acquire Skywater Tech for $35 a share. EXE is up by 2.3, natural gas up 4, Cisco up 2.2, Evercore upgrade, BKR 2.2 off earnings, EQT up on natural gas, AR 1.8 natural gas, CTSH up 1.5, Deutsche Bank upgrade, ETN is up by 1.4, confirms plan to spin off Mobility Group. USAR up 20, LOI with U.S. government for 1.6 in funding, concurrent PIPE investor as well. SkyT up 8.2 to be acquired by Ionic for $35 a share. CogT up 6.3, breakthrough therapy designation for bezuclastinib. And GIST, LAC is up 5.9, SRPT up 5.9, Embark 3-year top-line data. FRO is up by 5.1, new charter agreements. IBRX up 3.6, amends convertible note with Nant Capital. MNKD up 3.1, FDA approval update of Afrezza label. NE is up by 3.1, backlog update. CRK is up by 3.1, natural gas. Battle up 3.41, new gas treating agreement. Holder Diverly discloses 5.4% stake. Goro up 14.3 to acquire Gold Group Mining Dig in all stock transaction. Gold miners move. INMD is up 13.5 and talks to be acquired. ONL is up by 3.5, commences strategic review cooperation agreement on Kawa Fund. Gold and silver trading higher with gold above 5,000. Rare earths higher in sympathy to U.S. investment in USAR. Other metals trading higher, trading lower. RevMed down 20. Takeover discussion with Merck reportedly is cooled. BioMarin down 3.1, preliminary full-year revenues, no offering. Katos down 2.3, Intel down 1.8, mixed shelved offering. STLD down 0.2 off earnings. Enphase down 2.9 off a disclosing workforce reduction plan. VRNS down 2.1, Morgan Stanley downgrade. ASTI down 19, 25 million private placement. ELME down 13, liquidation update. TCPC down 11.9, preliminary year-end NAVPS. LASE down 9, files offering of indeterminate amount. A couple other names lower, and then Bitcoin-related stocks trading lower as well. Charadonia. That is it. That's it. I do got a little baby document for you, so we could go over that. Are you guys warm this morning? I know natural gas is up, but I feel like I was gonna hear more about the storm. But I don't know. I know Monday, they said today was going to be one of the bigger days over the weekend. But y'all good? Or what's up, dog? What's up? Good morning. Good morning. So we got a couple of things to talk about. It's a big week, baby. I hope you're really ready for that. Like I'm telling you, you got Fed, you have the earnings, and now, if you didn't notice, you woke up this morning, there was a lot of different purchases. There was literally NVIDIA buying a couple $1 billion in the core weave. Then you got the USAR stuff. We might start hearing a couple of these things now. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I guess I could go to the next one. But there's one big theme that you are going to have to keep in mind. Before we get into that, though, either USAR and all these names, just remember, I don't know if you guys remember the intel and how it all played out. Pretty much these deals would get announced, the stock would gap up, and then sometimes it would go through, but usually that first move is kind of like a majority of all of it, and then it would kind of have to like come in from there. So keep your eyes out for it, but the thing I'm looking for is blessings in 2s and 3s, my friend, aka you're going to get one of these, but I think you're going to get a lot more. I think you're going to start hearing random stuff. I don't think it's just going to stop here. Timing-wise, I think that might be the issue with all of it. So keep your eyes out for that. I'm sure as everybody starts getting ready for earnings in this week, we are going to kind of focus on this, or you will hear people talk about this, especially as they wake up. It's still early, baby. So there's that, and then now this is the theme. So we've given you the Run It Hot theme. We've given you the Sell America trade. You know, I had to explain Sell America to my mom yesterday. I was trying. She's like, "Why do they do that? Why would they?" I'm like, "Mom, I don't know, Mom. I don't know." They said it's a weird game, Mom. But I was explaining that to her. But here's the other one. Are you guys ready? Rotate, not retreat. So I don't know if you've noticed this year. We've seen a lot of different impacts, and we've seen things kind of go crazy, but no matter what, it's not like things have necessarily sold off. And this is just relating to the idea of people wanting to rotate and not necessarily run away. Now, here's the best part about it. You could kind of put a number on it. 5.1% on the long end of the bonds on the 30-year. Essentially, that's where if we start to get new yields like we saw kind of last year and other years, that's where pretty much people are going to more likely retreat than not. Until then, unless earnings and other things, no matter what happens with the government or not, if you know, things might seem bad, but if it's not really blowing out the bonds just yet, you're going to watch people rotate into these other factors from commodities, the Russell, and some of the value that we've seen so far. So keep this in mind because I'm sure we're going to play these games back and forth. Even last week, we saw a little bit of that where the Russell, again, it was doing good. Then if the day the Russell didn't go up, it was the staples. And then you'd have a day where it was like everything in tech. So after earnings this week, I'm sure we'll see a lot of it, but this is another theme you're going to want to keep an eye on. So watch out for that. The next one, Russell outperformance again, is understanding this. I really want you guys to understand the bonds, but this actually ties into one of the bigger themes in what we've seen this year so far. Literally, the Russell, it's up like 20 days in a row or something, or it's like the best outperformance on the SPY in like 30, 40 years or something like that. We're watching pretty crazy stuff. So why? I mean, here's the reasoning is that investors are liking the Russell and these small caps because they don't have a place to really park their money with bonds. People are still a little worried about that, whether it's policy, the new Fed chair, everything going on, whether they believe the Sell America trade, you name it. But the whole point is if the long end is going to stay shaky, they're probably going to keep buying these small caps and wanting to hold certain risk because, I mean, again, why take 4 or 5%? If you're worried it's going to get blown out, you might as well take the risk on some of these small caps. But now the other part too, the new Fed chair. So Powell's going to, or Trump might announce that this week, but keep in mind the first 3 months of the announcement, it's usually bad for the bonds. So like I'm saying, we keep talking bonds, we're talking rotation, retreat, not rotate. There is some like danger zones you want to watch out for. And then now we're going to find out who the next Fed chair is. That's going to usually be a bearish event for bonds. I don't know what it'll do to the stocks. People might like the clarity and we'll see where it goes there, but you are going to have to kind of keep your eye out for that. And like I'm saying, if you notice any big changes, you might either watch this Russell outperformance slow down or speed up. So keep your eyes on that. And then the final one, gold and silver, baby. Oh, have you guys heard of gold and silver? Are you familiar? Do you know what's happening in the gold and silver space? Maybe you've heard about it. Maybe somebody asked you this weekend. But here's the deal. At this point, I think we could kind of start. I mean, I was just waiting for it to level out before I started to find plays. We killed it at the end of last year. Sold kind of a little too early, but now I think you might just be able to wait to find good premiums. But here's the deal. Unfortunately, at this point, gold and silver ends with a bang at this point. I'm not saying it's going to crash today or tomorrow, but it's actually looking at the history. Go back to like the 70s, all the way up to even like COVID. The only time these like rallies stop is with something big now. So that's what I'm trying to tell you here is that historically, it has nothing to do with what it's done so far. All that's saying is like in the 70s, you had they were taking back the gold. I think in the 80s, there was Volcker, and that's the only way the rally in commodities ended. 90s, you didn't really see it. 08, it ended with like QE and all this other shit. And then in the 2020s, it was literally a global COVID vaccine. So at this point, I just think gold and silver, this stops when there's like it's going to be one of those things. I was showing you the chart from the 1800s. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I do know it's going to correlate with a gigantic event, if that makes any sense. That's just literally what the history of all of this has shown. At this point, it has gone on a lot. It's gone on crazy. It's not going to just stop. It's probably going to correlate now with probably a very, very big event. You know, this is something I even told you guys as things were starting, but yeah, I mean, here we are, a couple, $50 later or something. So we'll see how it plays out. But again, another big day for that. And now that is all that I have for you, Chattadonia. So let's have a good day. I do got a couple of plays for you. Not anything too crazy. I'm glad we made some earnings plays last couple of weeks. We got some front runs, took some profits. We'll see if the biotechs are also in play. And then, like I'm telling you, rotate, not retreat. I think that is going to be a big theme. But yeah, there's a lot of broad stuff. I mean, I could show you too. I think I got some pretty pictures. So here's the first one I wanted to show you. This one I've showed you guys actually a while ago. But this is just understanding, like I'm telling you, the Russell, the outperformance, the long end of the bonds. You may not care about it now, and maybe we don't see it happen now, but down the line, I mean, this is definitely going to show up this year. where the bonds, depending on what they do, that's probably going to be one of the bigger answers. But literally every time you get a Fed chair, the bonds get clapped for the first 3 months. So that's what I'm saying. It's that's going to be one little short-term event you could do. And again, we need the nomination. Here's the 70s. Again, people keep bringing up gold and silver, and this is why it's actually kind of important here, because again, remember I would show you guys this chart when inflation started, and then people would get mad at me, and then you thought it was just because I didn't like Joe Biden. I think we were right here when I started showing you the 70s. You guys, I don't know if you recall any of this, but either way, this is where we are right now. We're doing a little bit better than history would suggest in the last 2 years, but this is kind of why people are worried about the bonds. Depending on what happens, how it plays out, we're going to kind of have a couple of different opportunities. And then going back to the 70s, why you might start hearing about the 70s again. Why? Do you guys understand why you might start hearing about the 70s to 80s? This is not a coincidence. Because literally that's the last time gold and silver really started going nuts like this. You're more closer to the 70s and 80s, and whether it's Nixon and Volcker, than you are to any of the other events that we've seen gold go up. Again, you don't have a pandemic, you don't have a financial crisis yet, none of these things, or you don't have the Hunt brothers. You literally only have kind of this 70s dynamic. So again, people showed up, small caps, REITs, commodities. These were the ones that killed it during the sector. I have another 70s chart. And remind me, we could go over these later in the day. And again, you could kind of see gold. These are the years on gold. Do you understand? 1971, gold went up 17%. 1972, it went up 49%. Does this sound familiar? 1973, gold went up 73%. 1974, gold went up 66%. Then it chilled out for 2-3 years. Gold went down 25% in 75, 4% in 76, and then back up 23% in 77, 78, and then 79. 79, it went up 127%. So that's what I'm saying. We got to just see how it plays out. But, again, this was all both Nixon, and then it ended with Volcker. And then after that, gold kind of, chilled out into what you have today. Oh, and then here's the last one. I don't know if you guys know this. I didn't realize this, but China had its biggest outflows on record last week. So that's a little fun fact for you as well. But other than that, Chatadonia, we got a couple of minutes. I do have a couple of plays. USAR, LAR, CRML, CoreWeave, NFE, and Meta. I'm going to keep my eyes on those. Otherwise, we'll see what opportunities play. And again, I do want to see how the LARs and, not LARs, the USARs and all that play out, and whether or not it already made the front run move again after the announcement. We kind of saw that happen with Intel, or if we have to wait on it and give it a couple of days. But I do think you're going to hear another one, or at the very least, people are going to speculate on the next one. So, ta-da! It's been exactly 50 years ago? Oh, my goodness. Well. Look at that. Look at that, Chatadonia. So, if you have any questions, we got a minute. I did not hear about the asteroid. No, what was the other one? The AI Atlas 3. That was the only one I heard about. I read a space book, though, over the weekend. I read a C.S. Lewis space book. So, that was fun. I got to read that. That was kind of exciting. But other than that, no, I haven't heard anything. I did hear a lot about gold and silver. I was surprised, again, out of nowhere, the government came out with a little bit of these purchases. Again, it kind of woke up, and then NVIDIA this morning with CoreWeave. So these feel like things we saw last year at the beginning. So that was exciting. Interstellar made you cry? Wow. I remember it. I don't know if I cried, but I remember Interstellar. How old was Interstellar? I think Interstellar was 10, 15 years ago. Yeah, you're getting a little older there. You better get on the Amtrak and get it going. Yeah. 2014. Holy damn, bro. So it was 12 years ago. The meta play, it's a little bit late. We went over it on a watch list about 2 weeks ago. And it was actually one of the plays that triggered for, it wasn't pricing in a lot. We even had a strike price attached to it, and then it started going up. But those are up about 150, 200% now. So other than that, I posted it on my Twitter. There's a video on pricing and options. And if you want to go through the ghetto standard deviation, you can price those in if you want to go ahead with those. But I think, what do we have this week? We have Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft. Or Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, and Apple. But again, I think some of the metas are a little bit up there. But then again, they just got to upgrade today. People were saying it's there. Copper's up a lot already. Yeah, I think it's getting love because, like I was saying, if silver goes above, I think the real copper play is going to happen towards the end of this year, believe it or not. So it might happen earlier if silver and gold just doesn't stop, but people are talking copper supply shortages around 2020, end of 26 or end of 27. So copper, remember, copper's bigger, slower. There's a lot of things there. So, but at the end of the day, it's moving dollar for dollar with all of this stuff. There's a copper, what was the other one? There's like copper, COPR, but yeah, all the copper indexes, CPER? I don't even fucking know these things. Yeah, but they're all moving up with it and kind of breaking out. It just all depends which ones. So we will see. But Chatadonia, are you ready? Are you ready, baby? Are you ready for a good morning? A good day? A good week? Are you? Oh, so Chatadonia, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service and commitment to this country. And for real, man, if anybody should be owning the land, saving that 10%, the discipline, the rules. I don't know if you hear what we talk all day, but it goes hand in hand with all of it. And I think y'all should be getting that dividend on the back end. So God bless you. And I really hope you could use everything we provide here to the highest of service, because you have already given that, my friends. So God bless every single one of you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not, Catadonia. Oh, good morning. Happy Monday. We get a full week, dog. Oh, dog. January's almost over. Oh, they don't feel me, bro. USA, USA, USA. Bro, where does the time go, man? You guys know I'm still a little clap, too. You know that? I turned off DVR. You got to refresh it. My bad. My bad, dog. My bad. But yeah, dude, I'm still like boogery. I feel fine. I feel like better, but like, dog, I still be like mucusy and boogery. So you might still have to bear with me this weekend, dog. This shit, I don't know why they doing us like that, man. But Chad, get ready. We got a good day. Already went over the plays here a little bit. Again, we even got to go over a lot of history this morning. And again, a couple new themes. Don't retreat. You'll see the rotation. And we will be good to go, baby. You say fuck ice? I feel you, bro. The storm has been bad, so I hope y'all stay warm out there. I hope you stay warm out there. Oh, man. Yeah, you might get bothered by that. I know. Good morning, bro. It's too early. Too early. He's like, I don't know what I meant! That's not the ice I meant! That's not the ice! That's not the ice! Okay, calm down, Minneapolis. Alright, I'll be right back. Let's get it. Jesus. Praise God. Amen. It's a cult, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared.
5
Funny,
seconds, baby. Let's go.
My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear.
2,
No fear. Oh,
1.
yeah, who you try to control here?
Round 1. Fight.
Alrighty. And yeah, man, copper's up. It's funny that COPR did better than CPER. And then, yeah, I'm sure we're going to keep going back and forth on silver today. Where's the USAR? Yeah, so I want to just jacked up 6% more, dog. Habibi, wele keda. These guys, man. Oh, they don't have a cheap one. No cheap. No cheap, Habibi. No cheap. Yeah, but that one's going to be big. But I'm scared of those. I remember last time, though. Last year, you would get those announcements, and they would jack up like 30% on the announcement, and then they just kind of get pinned. So that's the risk with it. Otherwise, if it continues, I think you'll be good. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And then CoreWeave in NVIDIA. I'm surprised more people weren't talking about that one, to be honest. When's CoreWeave's earnings? Because that might be the front. Oh, what? March 24th? Jeez. So yeah, CoreWeave doesn't have earnings for a while. Habibi, January almost done. How you do it that late, Habibi? How they do that late, Habibi? You know, I say, wow. Those expensive as well. Right. All right, delay adjusted. Good morning. I got one for you. Good luck and God bless. All right, there's the damn silver. See how the silver do all this one. Oh my goodness. Oh, and where are the nat gas place? There should be dead ones, but then a lot of the nat gas companies, those are actually starting to go up a little bit too. Yeah, but those UNGs still have a bid. They're going to expire. Where's the other one? Oh, one of those are still down. And then the copper, Habibi, copper. Alright. Palanta, where are we? NASDAQ only up by 0.1. SPY and Dow, those are the leaders right now at a quarter. And then Russell at 0.09. And then Oracle, yeah, they all got a bid there. Apple. Yeah, dude, Ionic, I can't believe they bought somebody and then ripped off of that. That's a very interesting dynamic. What is that one? The biotech from Friday? I didn't hear much about biotech, surprisingly. We might get another one. Kramer rang the bell. What is there to buy besides gold and silver? I mean, if you're the government, they're still buying rare earths, but I mean, it does seem like every day gold and silver has been the one. Oh, you could buy the peach. You could get into farming, get a peach tree, maybe Boeing. Oh, Bradley Frizzle, happy Monday, baby. That's what I'm talking. Oh, man, we're ready to go. It's a good morning. It's going to be a good day, Chattadonia. It's going to be a good day. Doesn't it feel like it? Do you not feel it? What happened to these? The man, the myth, the legend, the peach. What's up, baby? I love you, Bradley. Amen. All right, where's Meta? Meta chilled out again. I got rid of one set of those, but then they're still up on even the ones out the money. Again, Oracle, I don't know if Oracle's just going up with the core weave shit. Silver is still going through the high. I mean, NASDAQ's lagging. Russell, just keep that in watch. Again, whether or not it's going to be the outperformance. I mean, every day last week, it would start off a little slow and then kind of do its thing. But high ticker seems a little broad. And then Iran, a couple of Bitcoin stocks are moving. Iran's up there. There's one more. And then Intel's down, I think, on them trying to dilute the government. Jackasses. Fucking, I don't know what they're doing, man. Dell. Let's see where the chips are. If we're going to do a Micron SanDisk again today. Netflix got an upgrade as well today. I'm surprised they're actually already red. And then Google, they got another upgrade as well. Where's Amazon? Yeah, they're flipping red right now. Yeah, the UNGs, the UNG was up like 6% like an hour ago. So they chilled out. Uranium. Ah, yeah, some of them are actually up a decent amount. UUU, CCJ, they're moving up too. Again, USAR is still holding 26. It was like 20% pre-market, 6% right at the open. Only one long-term hold. Gold. Dog, I think you almost bought me a gold ounce. That's an ounce of silver now. So that's amazing. What is this spot price of silver? I should stop looking. 109.94. Holy. So yeah, good morning. Good morning, America. Good morning, silver. It's amazing. Baba, I don't know. There was stuff on the H200 chip. There's actually a couple little like chip headlines, but then again, last week or just so far in January, you've had some of the biggest inflows out of China on record, which is kind of crazy. Oh yeah, man. And Gary the gold man. STX, a couple of the chip names. There's Core Weave now. That's starting to break out a little bit. Those are actually running. Just a little bit. Let's see. It's too expensive. Oracle, MU again, MO and all those. Damn, silver 52-week high. Dude, silver's about to go 110. But MO and all those are gonna just be part of the rotation, not retreat trade. So keep that in mind. It's funny, silver, you could get the fucking crazy out the money ones for cheap. But that's why it's like at this point, I was waiting for silver to like chill out, even at a high price, but you might just want to track the premiums now. Because again, it's just gonna, at this point, it's just gonna keep going crazy. Like I'm saying, you might eventually chill out, but the real thing I'd be looking for with silver now is just what this culminates into. You know, again, these types of runs now, gold, silver, historically, they just don't end. Jensen, what you got, baby? Again, watch Core Weave. That's why I'm surprised more people weren't talking about that. They put like $2 billion into Core Weave this morning.
Architecture for the next 5 gigawatts. And
Carney, the review of USMCA will be robust. We'll find new trade partners.
As you know, Core Weave has used NVIDIA's architecture for GPU computing as well as networking since their founding.
Enview going up.
But they're also now going to add.
Where are the staples?
NVIDIA
Healthcare was going up
CPU,
not too long ago.
As well as our storage platform based on Bluefield. So our CPU is Vera.
Yeah, when silver goes up. That's why I was saying kind of like a couple months ago, when
So
silver
many
would go
companies
nuts,
are
it's
now
just
signing
like
up to use
that's
Vera
usually
all
not
by
a good
itself
sign.
because
You know,
it's such
people
an
get
incredible
excited about the
CPU.
price, but
And then also
it's usually
our new
terrible.
Bluefield
But that's
storage
why I'm saying
platform,
it
which is
kind
gonna
of
be
tracks
really
now
important
historically.
for
It's
an
not
agentic
I don't think we
AI
could put a
so
price
that it
on
can
it,
have memory
but
and large
I could
context.
kind of tell you
And so
when
this
it's
is
going
a
to end.
really
It's going to
significant
end with
partnership,
something
and I'm really
like big,
excited to
gigantic.
support CoreWeave.
That doesn't mean the
All right,
economy
I'm
goes
thrilled
down.
about this.
That could
Totally
even just
talk about that. Just one other
insinuate like
thing,
policy.
Jesse, you are in East Asia. You're in China, and I wanted
Here,
to know.
let me get you the list.
What are the possibilities that you can talk about the big orders that you might have in China, whether they should be included in the models of analysts, and what is the overall sense of the idea that your chips can be used by ByteDance,
So
by
end of
Alibaba,
Nixon,
by TikTok,
you
all
had
of which, as
Nixon,
we
and
understand,
you had
mean
literally
that
the
one
getting
thing
rid
and
of
one
the dollar
department.
was the last time this rally stopped.
Well, I'm here
Then
to
you had
celebrate
Volcker
Chinese
going
New
to
Year with
15.
my
That was the only other time.
employees. I'm
Then
visiting
you had an
4
EU
different
debt
sites.
crisis in
And while
2012.
here, I have the
Then you had
opportunity to meet
COVID
with,
in 2020.
some members of the
So
Chinese
those are the
government,
only
and of
times that
course,
silver and gold
our
make these
our
dramatic
customers
moves, and then that's how
partners
they
here.
stop.
We're
It
looking
usually
forward
stops
to
with something
the
very, very large.
H200
So
licenses
it's not
being
necessarily like we know
finalized,
something bad's going to
and we're
happen,
looking forward
but
to
it's like the
Chinese
only way you're going to
government,
pretty much chill this out
contemplating
now
how
at
they
this
would
point.
like to
There's going to
allow us
be
back
some
into
sort
this
of
market. And,
probably
but the
gigantic
thing that
macro
is
action.
consistent is
And then
that the
again,
demand
doesn't
for
not all
H200s
of them
and
killed
the
things
demand
like the
for
EU
NVIDIA,
debt crisis,
stacks
and then again
are
towards
really,
the end
really
of
significant
Volcker
here.
was
And the
bad
reason
for a
that
little
is the
bit, but
same
then
as
we
what we're
chilled. But
experiencing
yeah, this
in,
isn't
in the West,
necessarily
which is, these AI
normal
systems
or
are trying
good,
to, racing
but
towards the
it's
frontier.
big, and the size
And
of it,
also,
equal and
the
opposite
number of
reactions.
applications that are being built on top of these AI models is really going through the roof. So demand is really strong.
All right, so Michael, it's great to have you
And
on
you
the
asked a
set.
question,
I'm sorry.
and Mike, excuse me about, sorry about that, Jim. You asked a question that's really
My
important.
name's Jensen. I talk. You don't
All
interrupt
of
me.
China's business
I don't
and
like
the
being
future
interrupted.
potential business are
Oracle's
not in
going
our
up.
forecast, not in
Tesla,
our guidance.
Amazon.
And so
So
I would
Amazon
love
doesn't
for
report
everybody
this week,
just
but
to
we got
keep
the
it off
Tesla
our
report.
guidance, and it'll just be a great bonus when things
Tab
get
waking up.
sorted
Those
out.
were remember those weird
And,
options last week.
I've got a fair amount of
Spy's even
confidence
starting to go up
that
too.
things will
Russell
sort
caught
out.
up a little bit, but now
until
Nasdaq
then,
as well.
we ought to just
Spy
take it-
is the
keep it
leader.
off our-
Dow
keep
and
it off our
Nasdaq though are
guidance, and it'll
matched
just be a
up, and then
great bonus
Russell's
for
lagging
everybody
behind
to
a little
enjoy.
bit, but everything's green.
Excellent, thank you. I'm so glad to have Michael here too. Michael, this is a very big deal. I know that you already had a terrific relationship, including a nice owner's mistake by NVIDIA, which also got in on the on the terrific IPO. Now, listen, already the first thing people said, and I go back and forth with you all the time. Oh, you know what? This is one of those circular deals. Look, I know it's not, but you know what? I need to hear from you.
Yeah. So let's start with Jensen really did a great job describing where the demand is coming from in this market, the breadth of the demand, the depth of the demand. And when you think about what our company is doing, when you think about the partnership that we're extending with NVIDIA here, it really is about how are we going to accelerate the build of this infrastructure to meet that demand, right? It's coming from
Intel. I mean,
across
I think the
economy,
best
it's
time to
coming
get
from
Intel was
governments,
August of
it's coming
2025.
from, across the globe.
But if
And
it's,
that is
we're still up on it
a
100%.
significant
I can't in good
and
conscience
sustained,
tell
push
people that it's
to
good.
be able to ensure that we can move as quickly as we can to be able to deliver the infrastructure.
All
to
right,
the market.
NVIDIA's going up,
And
Core
this
Weave,
deal
I
right
mean,
here
NNE and a
does
couple
really
of other,
three
again, those
things, right?
energy,
It does,
and even our
alignment
uranium
around the
plays
physical
moving.
infrastructure so that we're able to build an
USAR
additional,
chilled out back to
5
the
gigawatts
opening
more
or the
as we go
pre-market
forward.
levels.
It gives us a wonderful alignment with NVIDIA on the software side. I've come in here again and again and kept telling you that CoreWeave does something different on the software and execution side, and this is just a tremendous validation for us that is in fact how it works in terms of delivering the best solution to the market. You bring together the best infrastructure. You bring
Yeah, bro,
the
Ionic, they
best
bought that
software
Sky
and the
T or
best
whatever, and they're
operations,
ripping
and you
off of it.
deliver the best product to the consumers of this.
A lot of tech names are getting kind of
Will
juiced
this
off
be
this.
something where,
Broadcom, Oracle.
Any customer other than a hyperscaler can say, you know what, I got to get these chips. The hyperscalers would take them all otherwise. Is this a place for people to go who want very much NVIDIA and don't know what to do?
Yeah, look, this kind of drives our business in a lot of ways. And it allows us to touch a lot of infrastructure, on-prem infrastructure.
Yeah, Apple's up too.
That companies want to build, sovereign cloud, and it allows us to deliver our software solution to those consumers, and that is a market that we haven't really been able to
6946.
open up.
Is this a
You know,
high?
Ordinarily, we build within our own data center.
Oh, you're 40
now we're going
points
to be
away.
able to build within our own data center, and we're also adding the ability to deliver software so other people can use our solution for
Yeah, silver
their
and gold chilled
builds.
out for
And
a little
that's
bit.
huge market for us.
And then
it
banks
will
are
be
starting to
very
go
important
up.
to us
Remember,
over
they
time.
ended the week pretty
And
shitty.
it's your feeling that that is going to differentiate you in the marketplace in terms of the offerings that are out there?
Yeah, so
Why?
Look, so we have our own infrastructure. We build it, we deliver it to the market, and we do the best job. And in terms of building that solution, we will be able to license our software to others who want to deliver really high quality infrastructure.
LRCX,
And we believe that that's
SMCI,
great business for us to be
NVIDIA.
in parallel
SMCI
with
still
our,
red, but the chips are starting to come
infrastructure
up.
builds that are going to occur within
Yeah, China
the
opened up
additional
pretty
5
weak. I
gigawatts
mean, again,
that
we
we're
didn't
adding
hear
to
nothing of the, I
backlog
guess,
of
besides the Canada
2.9
stuff.
that we
You didn't
talked
get
about
too
on our
much of
last
the
earnings.
Sell
gating
America.
issues that we
That's
talk
kind of what
about sometimes,
drove it
the
last
friction,
week, and then some chip
the
stuff too.
financing, the permitting,
Carney
the
on
labor,
Trump
the
calling him
energy.
governor.
Has there
I
been
could
any
handle it.
evolution of those things? Has one rocketed to the top, for example?
So, you know, the way that this market works is that you kind of move through the critical path of resistance. And so, you know, the market has identified again and again, hey, you know, right now access to the GPUs is the limiting factor, and then that
No, I
clears,
haven't bought any
and
food
access
plays.
to energy is
Like
the
a lot of the
factor,
food
and then,
plays are the
you know, we
like
work
last
through
set
that
of
issue,
value
and then
kind
we
of that
kind
remains.
you know, access
But
to
yeah, I haven't
memory is
really
gonna be an
bought
issue
any
as
of
we go
them.
forward. All of those things
Kimberly
occur.
was my
That
latest long term.
debate will
And then they have
continue,
earnings tomorrow, I
for the
think,
foreseeable
pre-market.
future, as the world tries to scale into this global computing infrastructure that's required.
Jensen, I'd love to come to you. It's David. Jim asked Mike about the
NVO is
circularity
damn. NVO at
question, but I'd
63
love
is
to come
actually
to you
really
on
good.
as well.
It
This
has to.
idea
There's
that
like
you
that
basically are
65 gap,
financing
I
your
think.
own
It was supposed to hit it on
demand.
Friday, so
How
watch
do you
out for it.
Respond to that potential
Yeah, like
criticism?
65 to 70. That's a big level for
We're trying to
NVO.
build the
I guess
AI
it
ecosystem.
starts clawing
AI
back
is a
some of last
five-layer
year.
Cake. Starts with energy on the lowest level.
And Spy's still
then
melting up
chips,
here again.
then
First, what,
infrastructure. This
15
is where
minutes?
core weave is.
Kind of edging up
And then
here.
the AI
Russell
models,
caught up
there's
very
open source
quickly.
models
So
that
look,
supports
Russell's
all
back
the
up to 0.4
premium,
now. NASDAQ
AI
0.4.
labs
SPY
models,
0.47, and
you
then
layer on
Dow.
top of
Netflix
that
on the low.
are the
You got a
AI
couple of bigger
applications
tech
that are
names
associated with
struggling,
the
but
different industries
yeah,
and
you're getting a broader
applications.
rally right now.
And,
I mean, for now.
You could see us investing across that entire five-layer cake. of
SMR2,
AI. And the reason
NNE,
for that
those
is,
are all
of
going
course,
up.
We're really enthusiastic about the companies there.
Eli
They're
Lilly's going up there,
once-in-a-generation
too.
companies being built.
Yeah, but
We want to
IWM's
support
ripping.
and be deeply engaged with every single layer
AB
of that
Nancy
ecosystem.
Pelosi buy?
Now the thing that
Oh, what's up?
to
Alliance
remember is
Bernstein?
we've invested $2 billion in the
It's
core
moving
weave,
off of that.
but recognize that the amount of funding that needs to be raised yet to support that 5
DMNR,
gigawatts is really
QO.
quite significant. We're investing a small percentage of the amount that ultimately has to go and be provided in order to be raised in order to provide this infrastructure. This goes along. This is exactly the same. With
Silver do that
XAI,
little
and
pop and
we're
lock.
delighted to invest in
But it's
them,
coming back
invest
up.
Delighted to invest in Anthropic. Delighted
And now
to invest in
USAR,
OpenAI.
Metsi, all those
But
little
whatever
mineral
we
plays are
decide
going
to
down.
invest
So it's doing
is a
that little
small
pin in the morning.
percentage, very small percentage of the overall amount of infrastructure capital they're going to have to raise.
Yeah, and we talk about that all the time. The numbers are truly just staggering, almost hard to imagine, not to mention the
No,
power
I've
that's
never
gotta be
looked
built.
at
You
them.
mentioned OpenAI.
They just,
Jason, we
it
were
looks like a
talking
food play.
on
But be
set
careful,
prior
I
to
mean, if you
coming
didn't
and
really
joining
look
us. You
into
know,
it.
was-
Remember,
I think
10
it
years
was
minimum
back
is
in
the,
late
you can't
September
change your
when there
mind
were
for the
the
long
first
term.
reports about
Unless you're
$100
doing
billion
something else.
potential NVIDIA investment in OpenAI. We haven't seen it finalized yet. Is that something that is still going to happen?
Well, we said that we would invest $1 billion, $10 billion for each gigawatt that they would have to go raise. So they have to raise a significant amount in addition to what we decide to invest in them. Now, as you know, we invest in exchange for equity. I think it's a once-in-a-generation company. It's a fantastic investment. I wish we would invest it earlier and more significantly. The work that
Lulu
they're doing
waking up.
is incredible. This is going to be
And Nike,
consequential
actually, a lot of
company
these
and a very
clothing
large company,
retailers
so we're
coming up a
delighted
little
to
bit.
invest in them. But whatever we
I know there was
decide
a
to
deal
invest
this
in, we have a
morning with
small
Land's End. They're up
percentage
30.
of what they ultimately raise. we're in the largest infrastructure build
Yeah, clothing's doing decent.
in human history.
And then staples are actually
And
lagging
this
behind
is-
everything.
AI
And then
is
NASDAQ chilled out a little bit.
technology.
Russell is the leader on
Because
the
of
day now.
nature of AI,
Took
it
15
needs
minutes.
infrastructure
That opened
to
up red.
process and generate intelligence in real time. You can't do this in advance. You can't pre-record intelligence. You can't
Right.
pre-record.
Novavax,
it
I
like a
don't
book. You have
really
to
like those.
You have to generate
I
the
prefer the
intelligence in
bigger
real time. So you
biotechs
need computational
that are more like
infrastructure for this.
established, have bigger
And because
pipelines that generate cash
intelligence
flow.
is fundamentally necessary
I'm not
for
the
every
biggest fan of them.
application in every industry. We're seeing this build out across every country, as Mike was saying earlier. And so this is going to be a substantial infrastructure build out, and we're just in the beginning part of that.
Yeah, no doubt. Just to come back to OpenAI, so your investment takes place over a long period
Guild
of time,
52-week
given
high,
they meet
too.
certain thresholds in terms of the build-out that
And then where's
they've
Merck?
committed
They
to.
backed out
Is
of the
that
RevMed
correct?
deal.
That's right. That's right.
Will bonds
they're-
take a
they're
hit? They
giving us the
might, but he said he's not
opportunity-
going
they're giving
to.
us the
So
opportunity
that's
to
kind of the
invest,
rally that we had last
as
week,
they
if you
build
recall.
out. And for each
SRPT's
one
up
of the- each one of
15
the
now.
build-out, we'll-
They had the
we'll
trial data
consider
in the
the
morning. It
investment.
was barely
And,
moving.
and I expect that it's
So
going
watch
to be a great
Ares, and there's a
opportunity,
couple of
and I
other
look forward
stocks tied to
invest.
that.
I see.
So,
No fucking
Michael,
way.
A couple things.
Yeah, and
are
then
concerning
silver.
to me.
I
You
think
were
silver's
the
about to hit
person be able to
110.
Answer it. There's this tremendous CPU shortage.
Well, if Oracle really dies, I'd want it in the long term. Or maybe this is either going to be one of those buys where if you're willing to take the risk, but you know, Oracle's still up a fuck ton. I mean, I think it'd become a no-brainer if it was sub 100, but here it's going to be kind of like an NVO Chipotle. Obviously a little more tech-oriented, but
So
you're buying it up
this
a
is
lot
just
still.
Another example of the size and scale of the build out that you're seeing and the demand signals that are moving through the market.
Yeah,
There are
SLV
overwhelming
hasn't gone
parts of the
above
market
100,
that
but
there was
now
an
it is.
assumption
But
would
the
be
actual
okay
spot price of silver
and
is at
have
110,
enough
I
supply
believe.
to handle. And you know, when I think
Yeah,
about
110.30
that, I kinda
on
come
silver.
back to our core business, which is being driven and informed by the demand
Ionic.
signals that the largest
See where the
consumers of this
biotechs are
infrastructure
starting to wake up.
are driving through us. They come to us to buy massive quantities of infrastructure. And
All right,
so,
see what the SPY starts doing
I
here.
look at
It's just
this
been
and I think
15,
that
20
you're-
minutes
you're
straight
in a
up.
super cycle.
But now the
We're
Rust,
going
dude,
to
the
be
Russell's kinda
buying
pulling
and
away.
building, across the computing space. There are going to be opportunities to scale this business broadly, the AI infrastructure business, you know, within the domestic U.S., around the world, all of which are going to consume GPUs. They're going to consume networking. They're going to consume optics. They're going to consume CPU. They're going to consume memory.
Yeah.
And that is that is a consequence of, as Jensen says, the largest build out in human history.
Michael, when your company went public, I can remember us having a conversation around customer concentration.
Yep.
Microsoft, I believe, was the name that the preponderance of sales were there. Where do you guys stand now? And how does a deal like this, if in any way, help you?
Remember, Microsoft's going to be a
increase the mix,
pre-earnings
so to
run-up.
speak?
Now,
Yeah,
USAR
so
starting to
two
dump.
things,
So
right?
again,
One
no
is,
follow-through on
at
that.
my
That's what I was
last
saying
earnings,
there.
I said
That was going to be kind of the
there
risk
is
with it.
no, customer
But
that
give it a couple
represents,
days now.
more
Or
than
even towards the middle of the day.
32% of our backlog. And so we have made it a priority.
The silver
It was a
broader
stated
scale
priority, and
manufacturing
we have done an
effects.
excellent job as
It
a
does for
company
some part, like,
executing on
you know, we were
diversifying
talking
our, backlog as we onboard
the solar
new
stuff.
great
I believe
clients
silver
like
now
Meta,
is like 30% of a solar
like
panel
NVIDIA,
versus like
OpenAI,
2%
yeah,
a couple
across
months
the
ago.
board. And
But
so that's
it has to
been,
stay here for a while.
Wonderful.
So
The other
again,
thing
a
that
lot of
I've
people
always
already
said
have
is
their
that
silver
when
and
you're
they have
dealing
their
with
purchase
contracts and
contracts, but
infrastructure at this
if
size
it
and
stays
scale,
high for long,
the
then
way
you
that
will start to see that.
diversify is through growth, right? You need to get larger because
Kimberly.
you need to bring on new clients that are huge consumers of compute in order to bring down concentration.
Path, gold,
And this
silver,
deal
is that fucking Meta too
allows
in
us
there?
to accelerate
I don't know, I can't even
our
tell.
build,
But yeah,
which
every
will
single
lead
gold and
to,
silver, kind of like Friday.
Continued diversification. And
When
reducing
SLV and gold
dependency
lag, do they
on
catch
any
up?
particular
No, they
client
don't.
as we
They don't
scale
represent
into
that.
this,
So be
additional,
careful of that. So
data center
SLV is going to be a
capacity.
different price than the price of silver. Remember, it's just the ETF. It's a completely different vehicle. They own silver, but it's not designed that way. So like silver is not supposed to. SLV is not supposed to show you the spot price of silver. So be careful and do not make that mistake.
Make it so that Vera Rubin takes maybe a step function when you combine it with Anthropic that people just are going to be blown away. I don't think people understand what lays ahead.
Yeah, I think the last year, the models made gigantic
Intel.
progress, and all of the labs made incredible
All these little
progress
gold
with
miners are going up
agentic
too, and then
AI
there's
systems.
GLD again.
And these
Gold's above
AIs could now
5,000 as well.
reason, they could plan and they could use tools. They have memory, and the capabilities are extraordinary, which is the reason why the layer above them is really taking off.
Eli Lilly's still red. NVO's starting to work its way up a little bit harder.
Bring productivity and new capability to the different verticals and different industries, and this is ultimately the layer that has to take off and is taken off. In the last couple of years, we've seen the largest venture funding into the application layer of AI, and it's also the largest VC funding years in history. And so it's great to see everybody's so excited about the capability of these AI models. One of the things that I'm going to mention is that NVIDIA's supply chain is the largest in the world with respect to AI, and we've had the benefit of ramping and scaling and planning.
TEM, VST, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, AB, Pelosi
and we've
purchases.
been looking forward to the gigantic build out of this year and the next several
years. Yeah, those are all of them.
So
TEM, VST, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon.
And great support from the entire ecosystem, from TSMC's wafers and CoWoS and packaging, from Amkor and Spill and all of our memory vendors. We're the only AI company in the world that works with every single vendor, every single memory maker in the world. And so we have incredible support from all of them. So we're looking forward to a giant scale out this year.
Jensen, that kind of leads me to my question. Coming out of Davos, I'm sure you know, you were there. We're hearing all these conversations about sea changes in global alliances and trade relationships. The build out, as you think of it, is it immune from any volatility that comes as a result of that?
Well, we're in the beginning of the AI infrastructure build out, and the demand is just extraordinary. As I mentioned earlier, the first part of the demand is the race to the next frontier. And these agentic systems are learning how to reason and solve problems and use tools. And you're going to see some extraordinary capabilities this coming year. In the next several months, the models that are going to be released are going to be extraordinary. But the thing that is really amazing are all of the startups that are being built on top of these AI model companies. These applications ultimately takes advantage of the AI models.
Well, listen, guys, just like last week, I don't know, I was a little sick, but I've been trying to tell you guys this year, I would like better reasoning if you can. Otherwise, I really don't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? I think more, again, I'm even seeing y'all post some wild-ass long-term plays. So, I don't know, guys. Come on. Good morning. Maybe this week we might have to go back to members only. You tell me.
Engineering, align our operations.
You tell me. I wait till the politics starts.
To scale as quickly as possible so we can go after that demand.
I'm surprised they haven't raised the margin on the silver just yet. I mean, that's what started all this in the second week of January.
On the show, I think it's just still one more sign that we're so early in this thing. It's really kind of to doubt it, to question it.
Yeah, the memory. It's funny. NVIDIA Core Reef chilled out on this talk, and then the other memory stocks picked up.
And it just doesn't matter. That's Lilliputian in thinking. That's my word.
All right. Thank you for having me, guys.
It's great to be with you guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
Well, yeah, remember Figma's part of the Adobe.
Thank you, guys.
Well, thank
Jimmy
you.
got mad tonight.
I got Agnico Eagle, probably one of the most important companies, because if you're a gold bug, they're the best.
Who?
What a show.
Yeah. Wow, a lot covered. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Yeah.
On 20 years, and it's quite a feat in a business that is so ephemeral. Congratulations.
All right. Well, that was Jensen. It actually wasn't that crazy. The announcement of the Core Weave purchase was probably bigger than all that. Appel. Will paper silver ETFs be affected with Basel III? I do not believe so. Basel III is more related to the reserve requirements and the cash and what they could lend out and not. But I do not think that will affect companies that are like issuing and managing these ETFs. I'm assuming that's probably leading into the whole silver thing. It's funny because I was talking about it on Friday. I don't really believe the silver short thing is going to affect it. I was like, if it goes to like $400 an ounce, then it'll change. But I actually heard somebody talk about that. They were saying $400 an ounce. That's kind of where shit gets a little precarious. So for now, I don't think the silver thing is an issue. Like I was talking about, you could have hedged it. I mean, I'm telling you, a lot of the people, even if they were short, if you bought any of those out of the money options at one point, if you were already down, if you really thought it was going to top out like 60 to 80 and then it started blowing out and then you just bought out of the money hedges, I mean, you would have made 10, 20 to 40x your money.
So it's not like, again, this move has been massive, historical, fill in the blank, but it's still like it wasn't. I don't think it's that detrimental for some of these banks just yet. But I do think there is a level. It has to get like actually extreme, maybe $400 or $500 an ounce before it really starts to play out a little differently. Those Nancy stocks are going. Oh, your first Pfizer dividend, reinvest it. Always reinvest. NEE, again, energy plays. They're doing good. Russell's starting to chill out, and then NASDAQ has now took over from the morning. I don't think the silver stuff is going to affect banks. Not just yet. Not just yet. I mean, again, that's been the rumor going around, but like we've talked about, I think the China import restrictions, and there was a lot of things that were more like tangible and legitimate that have been driving this price up, and at least one of the reasons. But I don't think this, it's tempting to believe it, and I know it's kind of romantic, the short squeeze and all that, but I just don't think that's there. Yeah, I disagree it's going to break banks. I think if it goes to like $400 or $500, maybe. But till then, I just don't. I think that's not. Don't get distracted by what the fuck has happened with with silver and gold and some of the other reasonings. And that's what I'm saying. That's where copper comes into play. This is kind of more related to the build out of things, and then some China tensions above all else. SPY's chilling. 0.5%'s not bad. I mean, again, it's going to move also pretty interesting this week. We got a big week. We got a lot of events, but remember earnings. Equal weight just took a dump there. So tech is kind of holding you up a little bit, but equal weight just kind of fell off. A lot of those lagging, what's it called, stocks? The like chip ones, they just started coming up. Well, it all depends what gold and silver place you're going to. Somebody emailed me over the weekend. I responded to them. They were saying that they said that somebody offered them 40% below spot on gold. I said I would not do that. If you call around, that's what we did before the break. Just if you really want to sell your gold and silver, you just got to call a bunch of places and find the people who are willing to do it. But we learned a lot. Not every dealer is willing to buy it. It all depends. Some will probably sell it for you. So we have a Chad in here who has a gold company, gold and silver, and what he started doing was consignment. So you could take your gold and silver to a store and then have them sell it for you, and then you'll pay them like 5%. Or you could just put it on eBay. It's kind of similar, but yeah, but I would never, like right now, I would never take 40% below spot. But we did learn, that was at $60-$70. They were being hesitant to buy it. Treasury cancels contract with Booz Allen Hamilton statement. That's coming out right now. Airbus CEO Wagner need to tackle a lot of issues to achieve ramp up. Will SPY break 7,000? Well, it's either after earnings it will, or we're going to kind of be stuck in this range until there's a big event. That was what we talked about a couple weeks ago. I think I have the chart still. Where is it? Tell me why. Yeah, right here. It's very reminiscent to end of 2024 leading into 2025. September to like February-ish or March. You had this like box that we were in, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. Even though we had the little Greenland freak out, we bounced right back up, and then it kind of slows back down. But it's either we're going to get a big external event to knock us out, or earnings. If the earnings plays the cards right, pow, all that, and we start to break up and melt up out of it, that's another way. So we don't have to have a big drop, but you're either going to get an external, or we're going to finally just get out of this godforsaken range that we've been in since September. That's the craziest part. It's been a new year. There's been all this stuff, but I mean, you're practically the same exact, literally, this is what? That's like October-ish. October, September is the low end, or October is the high end, September is the low end, but yeah, we've kind of just been chilling along here. eBay takes 15. Really? That's expensive. I take 40% down too, yeah. But then again, it's like, you know, the risk is that these guys who are on it buy it. I mean, I would imagine you buy someone's like gold and silver and you're like, I'll buy it at a discount. But then if you don't buy it at a big enough discount and it drops, you're clapped, dude. There's no options on Booz Allen? Really? There is. Reload it. It should be there. What place? You just got to call around. I'm telling you, that's what we did. Because I was shocked that 60, 70 Chads kept telling me this story of, they said I tried to sell my silver and then they were just getting offered ridiculous prices. And, you know, I haven't sold my silver in like 10 years, bro. So I was like, that doesn't sound normal to me. And then I called, and then sure enough, I mean, places were saying that. But then some places, I found places like Blue Vault, they would still do it like $1 below spot. So there's some people will give you a tighter premium or a tighter spread, and they'll buy it right below spot. But then a lot of the smaller places, they're not willing to take the risk, so they're fucking lowballing you. I wouldn't even call it a lowball as much as it is they just might not have demand for it, and they don't really want to buy it at such a high price. So, but you do have to call. I mean, I'm telling you, you're telling me you have what, a $5,000 coin and someone's offering you $2,000 for it, $3,000 for it. I mean, I would make 5 to 10 phone calls, and you know, I did it on stream before, but that way you could at least get a way better offer and something a little bit more viable. Tell me why. You could call out of state too. I mean, you'll find people in your state though. You might just have to drive a couple miles, maybe 50, all depending. But I call a bunch of places. That's literally the best way. You'll find somebody who's you'll at least get a range of the prices in your area. But even Texas, or go fly your ass to Texas if it's if we're talking a $2,000-$3,000 difference. Go get you a $300 plane ticket and call it a day. AEM, GDX, gold is still going crazy. Silver, ay. Actually, let's see those out of the monies. Yeah, some of them went up a little bit, but they're chilling. You gotta get, just like how we played them last, you gotta get those mid monies. Your dad got $3 under spot a couple weeks back. It's not bad. It also, too, depending on how much you're selling. All right. Well, silver is starting to get a little bit crackhead again. It's going. And SPY's chilling. I mean, 0.5% here. Russell chilled back out. It's now the lagger on the day, but everything's still green. Again, it's like memory chips, and then some of the news from the morning's kind of just fading or chilling out in these little spots. But yeah, gold and silver is still the star of the show. Oh, how is this storm though? So like, is the storm really bad, or was it worse in preparation? I know nat gas is still up, but like, I thought I was gonna see exploding trees. I thought there was gonna be crazy videos, but it doesn't seem like it was that bad. Am I just in California or what? Ice on the road, still got power. Not too bad, but like, did you need a generator? Did you need to go buy all the eggs and all the toilet paper or what? I'm not gonna get the full impact for a few days. Really? I thought that was supposed to be this weekend. And then JD and Baba, JD's actually up, or am I tripping? No, yeah, JD's about to go green. Again, China started off pretty slow. Icy roads, lots of snow in New Jersey, shoveled ice, grid held up. Habibi. Salt was sold out. You could get an account with a refiner, get paid 99%, but you need LLC's taxes. Aren't some refiners refusing to buy it though? Well, that's good advice. Why would you want to sell silver? Sell stocks instead. Silver has so much upside for the next 3 decades, says Asher. Wow. It might, but like we said, at this point, it's probably going to, whenever this all ends, it'll end with a bang. But, you know, a lot of people bought silver 30 years ago, 50 years ago, and now they're kind of, this has been one of their first, like, profitable exits. Appel, and then bonds are catching a bid too, so that's not bad. Again, the day that, honestly, I'd watch out for the days where bonds are good. Russell might lag a little bit. Damn, you didn't go out of the house for 2 days? But it's not like deathly, right? I think they did report some deaths, but I'm telling you, it seemed like, I thought by today it was going to be a shit show. That's good, though. So my advice to get a blanket would have sufficed. Haters. Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing but a long train. Wing on the high. I mean, if we get something like the 70s through 80s, if you like that, and the only difference is we don't have the same, you know, we're halfway through the 70s analogy, a little bit more, and you don't have the second gigantic wave of inflation. But I mean, again, during the 70s, it was gold and silver was insane, mainly gold. But then again, it's like the last time you've seen a move like this, what's coming next is going to be some sort of gigantic macro action. I just don't know when. That could happen in a month. That could happen in 3-4 years. That's kind of the problem with it. So we might be playing this game for a while, or literally the music could stop tomorrow. But in the meantime, I mean, we talked about it a lot on Friday. I would just have your damn plan. And why did you buy the silver, and what did you want to do with it? If you are going to sell it, what are you going to do with the money? I would just ask a lot of questions. But once you figure that out, I mean, at least, dude, getting to move around silver at $100, that's I don't think any generation ever has been able to do that. So welcome. Bitcoin starting to come back up again. Banks as well. A couple of medical plays. They lagged here in the morning. XBI is still in the low, but I think healthcare is in the green. Staples are up, but they're kind of lagging a little bit, but actually kind of in tandem with the NASDAQ, believe it or not. Oracle chilled out. Silver, SLV still going. Coca-Cola. Yeah, a couple more staples are moving up. When do we get the Reuters news? I mean, I thought the USAR one was going to be fake. If they didn't sign that letter of intent this morning, I would have said that was it, but you'll probably get one soon. I mean, like I'm saying, the rotation theme, that's one. I mean, people are tripping a little bit with the Canada stuff, but not too bad. I mean, you could kind of see it in the market, but I get ready for it. I mean, I didn't hear too much sell America, but you know, they kind of brushed that off after last week, but that's still going to be the idea. And then again, the rumor might revolve around either the Fed pick or whatever we get this week with Powell. And then again, if we also get earnings, that might be enough to get us out of any range. The next 2 weeks of earnings, if they go good, we might have a good time. Otherwise, if not, then back to the gulag. Silver is moving like an options contract. I mean, yeah, man. I remember $20 you would get. I sound like I'm fucking Joe Biden. Yeah, back in my day, I remember you get a little silver coin. If it went about $20, you bought a fucking ice cream. Yeah, we made $20 an ounce. I said, whoa. I remember $25 an ounce. We said, wow. That's it. I might go buy some soda pop. And now it's 30, 40, now it's $110, $112. What are you gonna fucking buy? A car? What the fuck? TTD. I've watched it a couple times for the long term, but I've kind of settled on, like, I know about the industry, but not enough. And that's kind of what's killed it, but it's compelling. I mean, I like the idea. My problem with it, remember, this was a $5 stock, believe it or not. But yeah, we've looked at this. This was one of those bigger laggers a couple years in a row. But it's related to like ad service, Netflix, Amazon. But then a lot of those companies have offered their own. I think if you really know and use the company or work in the industry, you might be able to make a better judgment. But for now, as long as there is high quality companies that are trading kind of similar, I'm gonna go with them. And that's something that I think a lot of people keep missing, is that it's just like, I know there's names that are like down right now, and like, again, people are bringing up just random ass names that are really, they look down, but just please do not. This is what I was screaming at the end of last year. I don't know if you guys remember. Go watch all the end of the year videos. Go look at those year-to-date laggers, those names. A lot of them went up a lot, but the real issue is that, like, dude, you guys are just like silver. Just like silver. You guys are living in a moment where you have some very high again, the same, literally all that data I showed you this morning, everything I'm telling you guys about like gold and silver and the 70s, I mean, it applies to a lot of these different names. So like, look at during the 70s and 80s. I mean, dude, it was literally value stocks. Those were the number one after the end of the decade. Do you understand? Do you guys get this? So again, I've been saying this for years now. Even all last year, I was telling you guys about this. Now you're living through the AI, but like commodity, real estate, value, REITs, these are going to be a lot better. Small caps too. Small caps, I think you got to be cautious on depending on which ones, but some of them are going to come out amazing. But value is going to be the ultimate winner. And if you could diversify and get that, again, we're on a 10-year plan. I'm not on this, rotate every 30 days shit. So it's just like, for real, man, I can't stress it enough. You guys might see these other names, but like, I would very well focus on the high quality value names that are going nowhere, that are still at multi-year lows. Again, that's why, like, when I buy a company like Kimberly-Clark, this is a 10-year chart of a company that's not going anywhere. You guys are aware of that, right? Motherfuckers going to be using Vicks and Flonase and all that other shit, Kleenex, for a really long time. It's like, it still could go down, but these are companies that I'm going to be way more familiar with and way more comfortable with. But you might not get these opportunities in a couple of years, just like silver, where silver is $10-20 and then it does its thing. It's like, you got to take advantage of the value that exists today, and you got to be able to put it against the backdrop. You don't need to find the next best thing, the next big thing. You need to find the name that is a monster that people are just ignoring and treating it like it's, and putting money and momentum towards all these other things. But in the next 5-10 years for your long term, I don't think you're going to regret picking up any of these big again, the Coca-Colas, the Pepsis, the Taps of the world. I just don't think you're going to regret those, especially when they are lower right now. That's the craziest part. And that's why I keep saying, I've been saying it last year, I'm saying it this year, because this year, even from the last 3 weeks, we've already ran out of opportunities, and some of them have already went up a lot right away. You've seen the money go straight there, because this is it's a once in a decade opportunity, if not longer. But you do have to have the wherewithal to execute on it. So, like I'm saying, once those opportunities run out, once there's no such thing as a behemoth trading at a multi-year low at a fair price, that in a company that's been around hundreds of years, all that type of shit, then we would start going for these like TTDs of the world. What's another one people keep bringing up? Oracle, Adobe, any of those names. Then we would start going for those once we ran out and exhaust those opportunities. But if you still have these great ass companies at these low prices, fair prices, I would not make the mistake of ignoring them. because, you know, it's going to be slow and feel like they're doing nothing until they do something. I mean, shit, is that not, that's the story of MO. I don't know if you guys recall. Remember, MO did that for a couple years, and then before you know it, this doesn't look like a lot, but that's a 50%, 50 to 100%, depending on, you know, our last purchase was in the 30s. You know, again, go look at some of the medical biotech companies. They were very, 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 very similar. Psychedelic stocks for the long term? No, that sounds fucking dumb. Okay, so Chad, you guys are running out of opportunity in terms of value as well as the chat. I'm not. Okay, you know, I got more energy this week, so thank God I'm not sick. Maybe some of you are like, I hope you get sick again. Well, yeah, that's literally the exact opposite of what I'm talking about. Welcome back. But yeah, I wouldn't play around with that. I think you're just better off doing shrooms and then going and fucking frolicking in the forest, and then you might get better returns. But do whatever you would like. But yeah, like I'm saying, there's some behemoths right now. There's less than there was 3 weeks ago. That's the sad part, is that, you know, I've been saying this one for a while. It's even in all of the videos last year. This was a major theme that I kept bringing up, but you are running out of time. So I would, you know, not hesitate. And you could always, some of these other value plays are going to be there, or the growth plays, they're going to be there, and you're going to find another draft class to be able to take advantage of it. Pepsi chilled out a little bit. That got exciting last year. And then SPY moving on up. And Meta. Nasdaq's the leader? Dow and SPY came up too. And then where's Google? All right, you got big tech playing along now. Remember, it is earnings week. And then GitLab's doing that move again. It moved a little bit last week. No, I'm not thinking Petco, Nokia, none of that. I'm thinking like Pepsi, Kimberly-Clark, Procter & Gamble. Do you guys understand? This is like, I'm talking the behemoths. Like, you guys gotta, you don't want to, again, and then you could go to those names. But then again, I mean, the opportunity's running out. This has been something we've talked about for several months, years, a year at the very minimum. But it's just like, you want to really focus on the ones that are gigantic. The, you know, some of them are like 30 billion market cap, but you really want the very, very big ones that are not like underperforming for the last 10, 15 years. The ones that just recently kind of fell off, and that are down, we're talking down 1 or 2 years. That's why like Kimberly-Clark could still go down a lot. That one's not a company that's been in a 10, 15 year decline. It's been 1 year. So it's like same thing with Pepsi. Pepsi's probably a better example, because like, look, this thing was just going straight up. You had 2 years of going down, and it still could go down, but it's like, these are the ones that, again, these are gigantic companies that are in uptrends, and you are able to now go take a time machine and go back 5-10 years. That's why I like them. You could go back to 2020 at one point. You're getting 2020 prices on Procter & Gamble. You know, again, what's the other one? Kimberly-Clark, we just took a 10-year time machine. We're getting it back at 2015, 2016 prices. So those are the opportunities I would be looking at. But again, you might want to go back to some of the old videos. I even talked about this on the trading fraternity on any of the long. You could see what we picked up for the long term and get an idea. But it's going to help you. But if you do ignore it, it's going to, once these opportunities go, then you're going to just be left with the bargain bin, these other names that keep coming up. But that's the part that where I'm like, I'm very surprised more people are bringing up the bargain bin rather than bringing up the higher quality ones. You know, bargain bin should not be your first choice, especially if we're talking 10 years minimum. IBM is just up a lot. So I think IBM, you know, after the doubling, that kind of reminds me of Oracle. I like Nike. Nike is a great one. It's up a little bit off the bottom, but that one's more of a downtrend. But I do think, you know, again, you pull it out, you'll see that a lot of these good companies, they're like off of their highs, but then they're still like up a couple 100% from these lows. It's not like they're in fully, you know, death spirals, but I do like Nike. The software ones, you could take your risk on that one. That's why it's like, you know, Oracle, Adobe, I would go for those once we run out of the companies I just talked about. So that's what I'm saying. My priority, because we already have growth, and you could get these at any time, really. And usually, like, growth deals they come up every month. So, but I'm more, once we exhaust all the opportunities with the bigger staples and value plays, then I would be looking at Oracle and Adobe. Then I would be going for some of those. But for now, you might be able to scoop up all the value, and then these guys will even come down a little bit more, and then you'll be good to go. Where's Tessie? Spy still working its way up. Not bad. That UNG? Oh no, it's UNH. I think that was UN something. And the video is actually back to break even. Core Weave chilled out. A couple of the China names have woken up now. Again, China started off pretty weak. Of Amazon, well, yeah, I mean, that could be it this year. It just depends how they perform this year. If they could break out with some of the AI stuff, this will kind of be like Google the other year. They did that little breakout, but they are lagging comparatively. Because remember, Google was like that. Google was like that last year. It looked just like Amazon's chart. But then they got the fucking Gemini, the Waymo, all of that. So yeah, if the right catalyst, the right performance with Amazon, it'll start to catch up with the rest of them. But if not, it might kind of play that position. Microsoft, they have earnings. Okay, JD and Baba, China plays are actually ripping right now. Something happened. Ba. Yeah, big candle on China. JD, Pinduoduo, and then Baba. I don't know if it's news just yet, but they are waking up. Damn, those metas. So even the out of the monies are still going up. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And then yeah, man, I'm gonna put the Chad. We might have to go back to last year's plan. Please don't forget all this good shit, dude. Where were you guys? Come on. I want some good shit, dude. This is Lord. Ooh, I need to go pee. All right, I'll be right back. Oh.
Yeah, of course, the MTA is operating on or close to schedule when it comes to the subways and buses. We know that there is augmented service on the commuter rails, the LIRR and the Metro North Railroad. This is quite shocking. You know, you've got a new governor in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill. New Jersey Transit is still not operating in the way that you would hope it would be. We know that bus service resumed on many lines as of 10 o'clock this this morning, but much of the rail line and the light rail system is still offline, and it's unclear why Metro North Railroad and Long Island Railroad are able to operate easily in these storms, but New Jersey Transit seems to still have issues operating, and that'll be something that we'll continue to look into. But yeah, as you said, no snow day for kids, because what happened is the school system factored in 3 new religious holidays, and so there's no time on the back end. Of course, New York City schools end so late anyway. They end basically like June 26th, 27th, and so you couldn't do it. But the kids were out yesterday. I found this is the nose of a snowman, and oh, sorry, goodbye.
You took
See
it
you
off
later,
the snowman.
So yeah, kids were out here having
He's
fun.
making
Goodbye.
kids cry in
See you
Central
later. Get out of here.
Disassembling their snowmen.
Exactly. All right, Miles, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Miles Miller, he's out there for Bloomberg News in Central Park.
Stay warm, Miles.
Yeah, but I had just gone on the New Jersey Transit app. They are not taking me home today, at least at this point. So
how are you going to get home, Paul?
John and I are going to take the ferry from East 35th Street to the Highlands in New Jersey, which is where John's got the estate there.
And then from the Highlands, how do you
I'm
get
going to
back?
hop in an Uber and hope for the best.
He's hoping to hop in an Uber.
Otherwise, I'm hopping on John
It's just
Tucker's
like, my
couch.
couch is very
Leaning
comfortable,
over.
Paul.
Let's get back to these markets here. Again, we got a lot of green on the screen here today with the S&P up about 0.5%. Frank Monkham joins us. He's head of macro trading at Buffalo Bayou. Frank, thanks so much for joining us here. Love to get your thoughts as you were kind of starting out 2026 after a year where U.S. equity investors did very well. International equity investors in many parts did even better. U.S. fixed income folks had high single-digit returns. How do you frame out a 2026 after that kind of performance?
Hey guys, thanks for having me, and Happy New Year. Look, this year 2026 is going to be a year where we see geopolitical risk really moving back to the forefront here. I mean, we saw Davos really, kickstarting things here, and I think that the policy risk that we're seeing ahead of us now, typically, when you're dealing with policy, you always think of policy being a backstop and a volatility suppressor. But this time, policy is really a volatility instigator. And I think Davos really confirmed that. I think it's going to be a really volatile policy and geopolitical environment from Davos really to the midterms. And as far as the rates market is concerned, I think that we're in an environment where we're seeing volatility really having compressed a lot in rate space. And I think it's one of those, periods of times where it could be the calm before the storm, where investors are really taking the time to kind of, get a pulse of this market from a policy perspective. We already know what's coming in the pipeline in terms of monetary stimulus and fiscal stimulus, but I think it's really the direction of policy that's gonna dictate which way we really escape this range as far as the rates markets is concerned. When it comes to the yield curve, I think the high conviction trade here is really for the curve to continue to steepen. We know the Fed has an easing bias, so that's going to keep the front end anchored. But the back end really, as you know, from 10s onwards, has a lot of things to deal with, from fiscal dominance to potentially.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Baba's going up on the Q1 thing, those AI stuff. So then Dallas Fed manufacturing activity minus 1.2. Estimate was minus 8.5. So again, more manufacturing increases. That was kind of the story even from a week or two ago. So not bad. RL's down 3. I thought the retailers were doing good. Unless they flipped, or that just might be them. They might have earnings coming up too. But yeah, Baba woke up a little bit. SPY, and then Meta keeps going. Meta and Google, or Meta and Microsoft. I think silver is still climbing away. It did, and that came down a little bit, but my goodness. Where are we? Equal weight still up 0.3. SPY's up 0.5. Russell went negative, actually. So yeah, a lot of those plays faded from the morning. They had big gap ups. But yeah, the USAR chilled. That's only up 6% now. So that's what we're saying. It's doing that either pin or give it all back. I mean, once you announce it, you're making more money off the announcement, and then it's going to work its way in. But they all fell. Like every single one of those types of plays. UNG. Oh, damn. UNG still up? Interesting. Yeah, Lulu, there's a Dabe, and then GitLab as well. That's doing that thing again. So literally, GitLab's already up 5 or 6. And then a Dabe. Oh, Dabe bounced a lot from last week, from 290. And then UPS on the low. And SPY just working its way up. Again, it's bigger tech is starting to lead. I mean, it is earnings. So we get 100 S&P companies this week. Yeah, the Baba stuff, it came out a little bit ago, and then it just kept getting follow-ups. So there's a bunch of follow-up headlines, but it's not taking Baba green just yet. And there was a lot of AI news last week, too, related to China. Where's healthcare? Healthcare is doing fine, 0.3. UNH 350, where's Pfizer? On NEE earnings? I don't know about their earnings, but I would just price it in. But I mean, again, energy so far is one of the bigger themes this week, but if you want an idea on it, you would have to look at it, the pricing of the options and what to expect. I haven't made any other. I only did a front run on Meta. All your locations are closed, like the bank, because the weather. Oh man, it's like we were talking about it earlier. I was expecting more for now, but we will see. We will see. You still have class? Damn, bro, that's cold. Literally. That's cold. Melly, Mercado Libre. Baker Hughes CEO says they're working with authorities on Venezuela. And then BASF said to be weighing strategic options for unit Trinamix. NATO RUT to work 2 work streams. Agreed on Greenland and Arctic security. One is for NATO to take more responsibility. Oh, I forgot. Homeboy's kind of... Let me see. Yeah, they have a meeting going on right now. Let me see if it's the same one. Yeah. NATO.
Together with the Russians. So clearly we have to address that, and that means that when it comes to this question of capabilities, we will see in NATO how we tackle this. We have a
cybersecurity stocks coming up. Palo Alto,
so now we will
cyber,
look into within
and
the
another
system
one.
of the capability targets. The Danes have made this point. Prime Minister Frederiksen visited me on Friday. She very much stressed that point rightly. I think others are stressing that point. So we now look into how we can best do that, taking that issue forward, that the capabilities we need also to defend the Arctic are also step by step becoming part of the overall capability targeting process. Then
it feels like a big tech day. They started off a little slower, but
the
they are going up.
Extremely important. And as you know, there are 3 layers. One layer is the Ukrainian armed forces going forward. They will be the first line of defense. The second line of defense being the coalition of the willing. They providing training, providing, for example, also support in terms of the military build-up of the Ukrainian armed forces. So this is led by the French and the Brits, as you know. And of course, the US becoming more and more involved, as you know, since last summer. And as the president of Ukraine said yesterday, and I think he is right, these security guarantees are close to
Constellation is
being
the
agreed
worst
upon.
on the year so
But then,
far.
of course, there is the other issue, which is the
Abbott.
rebuilding
Abbott's
of
down
Ukraine. And the
13.
third issue is the very sensitive
All the other
issue
names
of
that are lagging this
territory.
year are tech.
In the end, it is only the Ukrainian government who can decide on territory. But for the Ukrainian government to get its head around what they can accept,
And
in
Apple
terms of
going up too.
compromise
So
on
Apple,
territory, it is
Microsoft,
crucial
Meta,
for them
they're
to know
kind of leading you here.
that
Nasdaq's
going
0.5, Russell down, and then
the
SPY and
Russians
Dow
will
holding
not
up.
try to
Oh
attack
shit.
Ukraine again. Preferably, of course, they would love for Ukraine to be in NATO, but as you know,
And then
various
LYV,
NATO
remember on
nations
Friday
are at
that
the
was
moment
moving. They
blocking
have a
that.
conference
There
or
is
some
this
government thing
irreversible
later
path
today.
into NATO that will still be there, but at the short term,
Yeah, this is
it's
NATO on
politically,
Greenland. So these
it's
just started hitting the
practically
wire.
now
That's why I
not
put
on
it
the
up.
cards, and that means that the security guarantees are the more crucial to prevent the Russians from ever
And then again,
attacking,
BASF, they
again.
had that something strategic.
No, there is no link between this. For the US side, and one of you made that point that there was rumor of a link. I understand. I haven't heard it before between the Greenland discussion and the Ukrainian discussion. These are totally separate. The shadow fleet, rightly raised here, crucial because it is a big source of income for the Russian Federation. And I'm extremely happy with the fact that we pose more and more strategic dilemmas to the Russians in terms of Baltic Sentry, and we have seen what the Americans did with the Russian flagged ship close to Iceland, and we have seen many other interventions also by the French, close to the French coast. And I think when these ships pose a threat to the environment, when there are serious questions about the capability of the ship to continue sailing without cutting undersea infrastructure, critical undersea infrastructure, and obviously within all the legal frameworks, but of course all the nations are aware of that, within the legal framework there are ways to intervene, and that already is having an impact, and it forces the Russians to more and more protect the shadow fleet, which of course poses a cost on them. Then when it comes to the comments on soldiers in Afghanistan, the point I made with President Trump is that Article 5 was used once after 9/11. This was, of course, when the US was under attack, and I made the point that many non-US NATO countries, but also partners like Australia, have helped out in Afghanistan, and that for every 2 American soldiers who paid the ultimate price, 1 soldier of a ally or a partner, a NATO ally or a partner country, did not return home. And I particularly mentioned Denmark because, relatively speaking, they have had many casualties in Afghanistan, the Netherlands, but also, of course, bigger countries like Italy, UK, Australia, and others. And I know, and of course, the president already has made the point, I think it was yesterday, praising the United Kingdom for the immense sacrifice they made in shoulder to shoulder with the Americans fighting in Afghanistan. And I know that America greatly appreciates all the efforts being made in Afghanistan and acknowledges the fact that many casualties were there, not only Americans, but also from, as I said, allies and NATO partners. The European pillar, this whole discussion on the European pillar. I think let's focus. The focus should be that we complement each other, exactly as we're doing at the moment. And that is a NATO, as I said, standard setting, capabilities, command and control, and the EU, when it comes to resilience, when it comes to the industrial base, when it comes to regulation, when it comes to finding ways of getting the money to pay for our collective defense on top of what, of course, the individual nations are doing. That's how we should go forward. A European pillar is a bit of an empty word. I guess what you mean is a sort of next to each nation to have a sort of European defense
Core
force.
Reef's starting to slip.
I think, but of course that's up to the European countries.
Oh,
to
it's
decide.
like big tech
But I
that's
think
really
there will
working
be a
up,
lot
like
of
Mag 7.
duplication. I wish
And then you
luck
got
if you
Tesla
want to do
down.
it, because you have to
But
find
then
the
a lot of the
men and
gap
women
ups from the
uniform
morning
will
are
be
fading.
on top of what is happening already, and it will make things more complicated.
Look at the low ticker. Low ticker's
I
actually
think,
almost
Putin
maxed
will
out.
love it. So,
You're right at VWAP.
think
Again, bonds
But
are
if
chilling
European
too, and they're
pillar
actually
means
holding.
What I just said, this division of labor, you are focusing
said Peach
on where
Nation.
Europe has strength, and
No, each
NATO
nation.
focusing where,
Peach Nation.
NATO has strength. Great.
I can see it. I see it.
My relationship with the president, hey, listen. If somebody is doing good stuff, and President Trump is doing a lot of good stuff, I believe. I know I'm irritating a lot of you again, but I think so.
I
Because,
know
as
I'm
said, also
irritating.
Davos,
He has to say the
2%
same
reached by
warning?
all
That's what I have to say.
At the end of 2025,
NATO, right? He said, I know I'm irritating you,
but
but Trump has done good
Do you
things.
really think that Spain and Italy and Belgium and Canada would have decided to move from 1.5 to 2%? Italy spending 10 billion more now on defense at the beginning of the year without President Trump? No way, it would not have happened. And do you really think that in The Hague we would have come to the 5% commitment without President Trump? No way. So I think he is very important to NATO. He is totally committed to NATO. He had one big irritant, one big pebble in the shoe, which is there since Eisenhower, the fact that the Europeans were not paying up. And with the NATO defense commitment in The Hague, the outcome of the The Hague summit on spending and also industrial production in Ukraine, but particularly here on spending, we are now equalizing with the US, so that irritant is gone. So there is a total commitment by the US to NATO in Article 5, but also an expectations that Europeans and Canadians will pay more, and we are doing so. Germany is a big example. You spent 70 billion on defense in 2021. You will spend 160 billion, 90 billion more in 2029. You will reach the 3.5% core defense spending as part of the 5% by 2029. This is Germany leading the way, the second biggest economy in NATO. This is crucial, and it is a great example to others. And of course, we have a couple of countries like Poland and Estland, Lithuania, and Latvia already on the 5%. But also Canada. Can I mention that here? Canada is back. Canada 2%, committing to the 5%, being a huge supporter for Ukraine, also spending a lot of money on these Pearl packages. So Canada is really back, and I think that's fantastic. Hey, but if so, when President Trump is doing good stuff, I will praise him. And I don't mind him publishing text messages. And if anyone thinks here, again, that the European Union or Europe as a whole can defend itself without the US...
Yeah, Booz Allen still, again, they got that government cancellation. That's actually down 8% now.
And why do we need
it was already down 3 when that first came out, but it's still dropping.
Also the US needs NATO. And the US is not only in NATO to prevent a mistake after the
And then silver is back to where it was at like 30 minutes after the bell.
With Europe. And
we've been here for an hour 15.
Of history reaching out to the US again in the Second World War, as Churchill famously said in his speech in 1941 in the US Congress. They are also in NATO because for the US to stay safe, and by the way, Arctic region is evidence here, they need a secure
And then UNG's climbing. That one's a little surprising.
They also need to secure Europe. So
yeah, UNG's on the high right now.
Interest in NATO as much as Canada and the European
yeah, IWM,
NATO,
it started off red, caught up, and it looked like we were going to kind of get everything, but then your leaders right now are just really the big tech. But you got more names green than red. You have 320 names green on the SPY. Dow is 19 green, and then NASDAQ 69 green. So it was a pretty green day, believe it or not. There's a lot of broad, big caps, and then a lot of the mid-tech. I know, right? Why did him complimenting Trump did not hit the wire, but every other headline did?
Because when it comes to the Board of Peace, obviously NATO is not directly involved in the Middle East peace efforts. Of course, we welcome all the work to secure peace in Gaza, where allies are navigating the crisis, but we are not ourselves involved in that sense. Then
Baba
bilateral
again.
Alliances. Well, bilateral
right when I take it
is
off.
Great. I'm not sure about alliances. What is the difference? But
then DoorDash just keeps climbing.
There are many. I mean, we have the
yeah, Bitcoin is dumping right now. Good call. I was again silver, and some of them started like giving it up, but like it's kind of a weird dynamic. I mean, I hate to tie in natural gas to this, but like UNG, you would have thought that would have faded. Bitcoin was looking good, but then now Bitcoin's dumping, and then silver, gold, like just right in the middle.
North Korea and Russia and China are working together. But again, if it comes to the situation in Iran itself at the moment, and of course I'm extremely worried about that, we all are, it's not for NATO to get involved because NATO has its of course, is concentrating on the Euro-Atlantic. The Russian threat, I think I have mentioned already. It's there, and that's why we have to
A.G. Brown joins bipartisan group demanding XAI halt creation of non-consensual sexual content.
Pillar, except for if it means within that division of labor. Then, when it comes to the Taurus and other systems being delivered, yes or no,
Mobileye and GFS up today.
Allies, I will not comment. Sorry, generally I'm saying if you deliver your systems, please know
or generally
on them.
This is NATO Rush. So again, this is the guy. This is pretty much the other side of the Greenland deal. Ironically enough, remember that's the deal they came to. It was all regarding NATO. They didn't really even include Greenland. That's kind of what we had last week.
Good paper. There are no surprises in it. And what we really see is the US pivoting more towards
You're like, why are we listening to some European?
Absolutely with Europe, understanding that Europe will have to build up its own armed forces even further based on the The Hague Defense Investment Pledge, and that will mean over time.
Yeah, today there's not that many hearings. We're kind of going to do the front run a little bit, and then after that it'll just be all about the after hours, and then Wednesday people will get hyped.
There, I totally commend everything being done on military mobility. Here, the EU plays a crucial role.
The market is working back up, like I'm telling you. You got about 70% in the green. Actually, 5 more names just flipped green on the NASDAQ. So you're 75 names green, 75%.
Saab, yes, but it's a bit old now. The EU-NATO dialogue, I think, is better than it ever was. I mean, we work extremely well together. I'm really happy at all levels. I can only say I cannot see how that can improve. How the EU and
LE
NATO
keeps
work.
going up. Again, they sold off like a licensing deal this morning. It was up 20. That's the only one that actually kept going. A lot of the big news ones kind of chilled, but Land's End went up another 10%. CoreWeave had the low. Silver's trying to ramp back up again, and then Mexico on the high. And then watch Staples too. Staples are in a good position. Some of them are trying to climb right now.
Then, of course, when it comes to Kosovo, KFOR crucial in Kosovo.
Healthcare slip. Biotechs want to go green, but they're still red.
It was your question. With Serbia, I have my own relationship with Alexander Vučić, the president. We know each other for many years. But, of course, we also expect him to come up with accountability for what happened in a couple of years ago, and on two issues, and both of them he promised complete accountability. Then, when it comes to Berlin Plus, I think I should not comment on hypothetical questions, but it is, I think, important to keep focus on reality that NATO EU.
Yeah, Silver's still holding. I mean, SLV's still up 9. I mean, you were up above 111 on the spot.
US role in NATO,
and dude, gold's above 5,000 as well. That's the other big part of today. VFC popping 1%. Again, a couple of these retailer ones have been going good, and then, like I said, Land's End, that's a retailer. See if that could get follow through.
Then on enlargement,
that's a deep value play.
Of course, every country in the Euro-Atlantic area can apply for membership, but then we have to agree with 32. And on Ukraine, already mentioned, the unanimity is not there at the moment, but we will keep working with Ukraine to keep them as strong as possible. And the irreversible path has been clearly laid out. Then we have all the lessons.
I think Tesla there was a downgrade
from Ukraine. I totally agree. From the war. By the way, if Russia would attack NATO, probably that war will not be an exact copy of the war between Russia and Ukraine. But still, we have to.
Yeah, Tesla's earnings tomorrow.
That's why we have this Ukraine-NATO center now, joint initiative, JTEC in Poland, the Joint Analysis, Training and Education Center, where we capture all the lessons from the war in Ukraine, also to learn from that in terms of NATO going forward. And then let me see, I think I've now, the Azores, I really have to work on that question. So I will not now freewheel, but maybe
where is the dollar?
Can get your address, I can give you a answer in writing. And then,
bro, dollar's getting knocked.
Ingeborg, the question on when it comes
I don't know if that's
Ukraine,
see that's the first time in the last couple days, bro, with like silver and gold that the dollar's actually like moving. Most of the time this year, think about it, like it's been pinned. It's just a little bit lower too where we were at like Christmas Eve, but yeah, if that keeps going, I mean, be on the lookout if we start hearing more sell America shit. And then bonds too, I think depending on bonds, if the bonds go red, I wouldn't be surprised to watch the Russell catch a bid.
Support for 2 years.
Like we were talking about in the morning.
Ukraine too, but then again, I'm afraid that you still need to spend money. Also, not afraid, I hope you still will spend money on other suppliers, but particularly when it comes to the interceptors and the defense of Ukraine. This is my final point here, and a couple of you made that point. As I said again, each night now, about 50 to 20 missiles are sent into Kiev, Lviv, Kharkiv and other big population centers in Ukraine, and hundreds of drones. The interception rate has come down. And the interception rate has come down because some of the NASAMS systems now in Ukraine do not have enough interceptors to fight back. And also the Patriot systems, of course, need constant supply of PAC missiles for them to intercept these missiles. And I agree with the parliamentarian who said that you also have to dig into your own stockpiles. There are two ways to do that.
It's
One
off the
is
low,
these Pearl
but
packages
I wouldn't
from the
call that
US,
straight
because
up.
Big in that Pearl system is the interceptors for NASAMS and Patriot systems, but also what you have in your own national stockpiles. And I'm constantly working with your leaders. Please help me as parliamentarians to work with your leaders. You know which countries in this room, and I could discreetly inform you, but not in the open session,
uranium place flipped too.
who are sitting on large piles of interceptors. The Supreme Allied Commander has said that he totally accepts that that a lot of that stuff will now move into Ukraine, because that is now clearly the priority. So wherever you can help to put some pressure on your governments to do that, and some
The dollar
governments
movement
already
could be
doing
tied
it.
to Japan, yeah.
Norway announced it, Canada announced it, Turkey announced it, others have announced it. But there's still more to do, because this is the difference between life and death, day in, day out, but also how do we protect the crucial infrastructure, energy infrastructure in Ukraine. So please help there.
I did not see that, but dude, the island, that's
not
you balling now,
because
son.
one or two I found too difficult. But the Azori question, I
Balling.
will come back to Wainwright.
Dear Secretary General, dear Mark Rutte, thank
Mark
you for being
Rutte?
with us this afternoon.
I thought his name was
I
Rutt.
thought that your reflection on European security, NATO's role on the strategic importance of the Arctic were extremely valuable, and hope to see you next year again. And the final word.
And we hate you for bringing up Donald Trump.
Thank you.
How dare
Mark.
you?
It's really important that we exchange ideas. And the EU is not a competition to NATO. NATO is the backbone of our security, but EU has to do their job and to strengthen EU power in NATO. We know it, bringing members together, explaining to the public how important our security is and that we can only achieve it by working together, and to expert pressure to our governments, you just said this, so that no one is allowed to stay out of it. And of course, we have to do our job, simplify the rules, less rules, it's really better, secure for all of us. And we have a lot to do, and we will continue, and thank you very much, looking forward to coming back.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. NATO. I was saying, very weird. Now you're going back up. QQQ, Google. Again, most of the big tech is doing good except Tesla, really. I think Apple is one of our leaders today. And then you got a couple of other little small pockets try to go up. A couple plays bounced a little bit off the lows, but not back up to highs just yet. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, that was, I played it because the Greenland stuff. I mean, I saw those comments coming in, but I didn't know if he was live or not. But, you know, remember last week was all about the Greenland and them explaining that it was a deal with NATO. So here we are. Thank you. Thank you. SPY is up because you woke up to a lot of big tech moving up, but I don't know if it's any specific reason as much as it is the earnings front run. You know, again, this is a big week. You got earnings. You have the Fed. The Fed isn't really expected to do much because you're going to have pretty much Powell is a lame duck. You know, remember, you're about to get a new Fed chair, and that's really soon. We might even, I think Trump might wait till Powell's meeting to announce it, but that's one of the reasons why we started waking up. But then again, like Google, Microsoft, Meta, and Apple and Tesla, I think they're this week. I don't know if it's Google per se. Let me double check. I keep forget, you know. No Google this week. Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, Apple. So we just kind of woke up to that. China a little bit off, but then China had some AI news. They're trying to get up. Every time I take it off the screen, it goes up. So we'll see. But other than that, we will find out. But it's a big week. It's a big week, but it's going to move very choppy. It's going to go stop and go because you're going to get the what's it called? The earnings, and it's going to, like, today we gapped up. We're going to kind of move up.
Tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up to a couple of staples like Kimberly-Clark. You'll get a reaction, then maybe either morning, end of the day, you'll get the earnings front run. Then everyone's going to wait till after hours, and then it's going to be a lot of red light, green light. But if we do get a good earnings, that could be enough to kind of get us out of this range. But this week is big, but it's not the biggest. So you just get 4 of the bigger companies, and then next week you're going to get the rest of everybody. I think next week you'll have like 200, maybe 300 companies reporting. This week it's about 100 S&P companies, so about 20%, 25% of the index, give or take. Look, more China. Yeah, bro, Nancy. Didn't she kill it on, she killed it on another play recently. Was it Google or what was it? The one that she bought earlier? She bought something that did very, very well in the last like 3 to 6 months. If a company buys physical silver, do they have to report it to the SEC? I think it was Google that she bought. But then she added TM today, I think. But I don't know if a company has to report if they buy physical silver. It might show up on their balance sheet somewhere, but is that cash and cash equivalents? But it's a liquid. Yeah, there was a Kanye. Kanye put out an article, or he wrote a letter on Wall Street Journal saying sorry and that he is not a Nazi. So he said, "Oh, okay, yeah." It's if you want to read it, I think it's on Twitter. You could probably find it on the Wall Street Journal if you subscribe. And then Meta, bro, that's crazy. The out of the money, man. I should have held those. I sold the other one because that got up good, but now the out of the money's launching, so I'm down with that. That's going to be the big earnings, I'd say, this week, besides Apple and Microsoft. But Meta's the one that's been beaten down. And then we've been chilling here for like maybe 45 minutes, an hour. I mean, NASDAQ's still the leader. Russell gave it up. Russell did fight a little bit. But then SPY at 0.55. Netflix. Microsoft's still up. They're all melting up. Yo, Nvidia dumping. Hot dog. Google to pay $68 million. That's not it. Nvidia taking a candle down. Kind of big. Yeah, Nvidia down 0.75% in one candle. So see if that continues. CoreWeave dropping as well. And then Marvel on the high. Hey, yo, check Marvel. You got Marvel on the high, and then you have Nvidia on the low. Something's happening. Please hold. Oh, fuck. Oh, I just whiffed. Yeah, they fucked me. Damn. Alright, I got a shitty one. Yeah, there's something up there. Marvel on the high, and then Microsoft unveiling new chip that reducing reliance on NVIDIA. Yeah, go look at Marvel. That's a 3%er. I had a way better one. It just didn't fill me, bro. Yeah, those are already up 100%. But yeah, Marvel and NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the down, Marvel to the upside. Yeah, Microsoft going up too. And then Meta. So let's see. Yeah, Microsoft and then NVIDIA to the downside. CoreWeave got clapped on that as well. I'm in the coat. Let's see if those hit or not. They scammed me on that. There's a good one. Those are still up though. So probably there's a lot of volatility on the Marvel, and then Microsoft too. Just that's gonna start juicing up the earnings. Unveils latest AI chip to reduce reliance. So NVIDIA chilled out though. That was 0.7. See if that goes anymore. You hit 3% on Marvel. That should have been the trigger. But that's gonna start circulating. It's funny though. You just had a NVIDIA announcement with CoreWeave, and then you have the other announcement now with Microsoft. But Microsoft didn't necessarily mention it. They said MAII will serve multiple AI models. Yeah, I think people are assuming the Marvel connection, but they haven't announced anything specifically. But if they do, that'll juice. And then Dexcom, it's a biotech. I mean, yeah, where's Google fit into all this? I know Microsoft partners with a lot of people, but Google makes their own chips. Amazon has their own chip. I don't think Meta has their own chip. And speaking of which, they're going up, and then Guild, AstraZeneca as well. You gotta, and then silver again. Jeez. Maybe is that part of the chip deal, Habibi? I'm in account. Yeah, silver woke right back up. And then NVIDIA, Microsoft, all those plays are chilling. Marvel's trying to work its way back up. So just see, Microsoft might move with it, or pretty much if NVIDIA takes another candle, they'll all start going. I'd assume. And then, yeah, silver is working its way back up. So there's your latest update, too. You woke up with NVIDIA, CoreWeave, and now you're hearing Microsoft trying to reduce reliance on NVIDIA. Bro. $112.72. Dog. So what? You're up $12 from Friday? That's absolutely insane. Even then, or like Thursday, we were at like 90 something. So like that's it moved up in 48 hours how much I bought my silver for. That's insanity. So yeah, that's what I was even saying. Like these little like moves above 100. I know everybody's getting stoked, but like at some point you're moving a ridiculous amount. Like $12 an ounce is not a small amount, man. I know. But I still think again, the beauty of this whole silver move, like I said this morning, with the fact that it's gonna this is only gonna end with something like big, like macro. I think it's gonna be a good thing to follow. AKA we're gonna have a couple more opportunities. It's still early. I mean, I don't know what's the year-to-date performance. It's up 45% in the last 30 days. So yeah. And then Meta's still going up there. Marvel's working its way up. We're the Microsofts. So NVIDIA's actually chilling. That's good. And then Microsoft actually chilling. Meta's the one that's really going. Meta and then Marvel. The government shutdown? Well, it was supposed to be a non-event, and then the Minneapolis stuff, people are threatening to withhold funding on that, but we shouldn't have it. And if we do, I mean, people are going to start talking Minneapolis, but you should really be talking about, what's it called? You should be talking about healthcare, because that was the other one. And then gold above 5,100 now, too. GDS.
copper is already important. Because remember I was telling you guys 120. So we're getting there. 120 to 138, you get the copper play. But then copper, that's when the demand really kicks in. But like I said this morning, and we talked about all the other stuff you guys are saying too. But the around like end of 26 or even end of 27, that's where the copper shortages are going to start hitting. And then that's where it starts to get a little interesting. Sweet greens. I mean, you guys are going to have to go back to the videos. I'm pretty, so I don't know if you guys watched last year, but I am starting to lose my patience on the explanation of quality. So I like sweet greens. We bought that because there wasn't any new prices, but you know, I'm seeing a lot of bad fucking ideas. So let me put it this way. Get all your questions out today, because I am going to turn on the members only again. I think we are going to have to move back to it. I don't want the, I feel like the chill attitude has allowed some of y'all to drift again, but the amount of dog shit I've seen, I'm not down with it. So like I'm saying, I would focus on the quality. I like sweet greens, but I like, you know, Kimberly Clark, Tap, Procter Gamble, a lot of the names that came around there. I mean, even then, even Chipotle before they went up. But yeah, so get them out today though. I'll answer all of them today, but tomorrow morning, do not be shocked. But this will be our last day of this. And then you got to go to the old videos. Go to the trading fraternity, and you could see everything we did last year. That is the best explanation. And I say this because I don't want you guys to run out of time. And it does seem like a lot of people are, I don't know if y'all trying to run out the clock, but, oh my bad. But yeah, there was a lot of opportunity, even silver is one of them, but you had literally end of the year till today, this last like 30 days. I'm saying you guys could have been up 10-15% on some of these other names that were bulletproof. So I don't know why people are fighting this one so hard. So that's what I'm saying. I like sweet greens, but I don't want people to miss this idea of the high quality that is in. There's only a few of them that are left, but people are really trying to do everything but that. And then like I'm saying, some of the other pumps and everything else, I'm not going to deal with it. I want to deal with it as I've shown this year, but I think it's going to hurt you guys. Again, some of the questions I've been seeing. Well, we'll get it out today. Get your speeches out today, and we'll go. Like I said, I wanted to try a quarter or a month, but yeah, I haven't even played any politics today. I already know what's gonna happen. What do I think about Nokia? I don't think that's a good play. I haven't played Snake in a while. Bitcoin traders are jumping to gold? I don't know. I don't think they will, actually. I mean, if you're like has anybody done that? I don't think any of the hardcore Bitcoin traders, I think they fight it. I heard somebody, they were joking, but they said Bitcoin was a psyop to get people out of the metals. But I don't know. I feel like Bitcoin and gold was like a civil war. I mean, some people own both. I mean, I'm one of those people, but you know, I feel like the last couple years where, you know, things got crazy, I do think that people. Oh yeah, Elliot, how do you feel about that, Elliot? Elliot would be a good guy to. Elliot, have you bought gold or silver yet? Would you move your Bitcoin to gold or silver? I think it's a good question. I don't know if I've seen people do that. But then there's people who won't even sell silver. I got emails, and a lot of you asked about that today, and I think it's the newer people, but after even talking with some, and then last time, And then that was it. I think prop funds are a scam. I don't think there's any pros. Because I've heard a lot of people not getting their money out. So be careful. I wish I could give it pros, but if you can't withdraw your money, I don't think there's any pros. Just cons. Digital gold. Any copper plays that pay dividends? Silver breaking out? So yeah, silver or copper dividends, you could buy the like miners. I'm not the biggest fan. We were talking indexes on Friday. But yeah, and then whatever, MBAI, that sounds very familiar. That's popping up there. But yeah, you could buy one of those companies, but then otherwise, like the indexes would be the best way to play it. And like I'm saying, I think copper, the higher silver goes, the odds of copper goes up a lot more in terms of running. But then again, like people are talking structural supply shortage around end of this year or end of 27. It just depends on how things play. So if silver stays up this year and goes up, the copper play might come to live at the end of this year. That's kind of the dilemma. But other than that, if it lasts a little longer, then it might be end of 26 if the silver stays up this year. Otherwise, end of 27. But I don't think I'd buy a copper miner for the long term. But it does seem interesting. I mean, I'm going to probably play it and gamble on it, but I'm not going to I don't really add those to the long term. Ask a play and you're talking about pick quality. I mean, you could ask it away today. That's it. I'll let you guys have it today, but the real thing and like what we were talking a lot about last year, I want you guys to learn this. I want you to truly understand the opportunity that you have. Like imagine we were talking about silver at least once a month, maybe 5 times a month last year. You know what I'm saying? And that's not even a long-term play. But there's going to be some, I don't want to say once in a lifetime. I don't want to be that dramatic. But there's once in every decade or two or generational opportunities. And I want you guys to understand what it is. And not just like following something along, not just like, okay, but like it's all there. All of it's been talked about. A lot of the themes, majority of the themes we're coming into this year and a majority of what's leading, we have really, really talked about it. But again, I think don't get distracted and focus on all of the other stuff where, it might be easy to miss the best opportunity. So, excuse me. Feel free to ask, but I really strongly encourage understanding. And if you do, I think it'll change your life moving forward. But if not, it's going to, I think it's starting, especially if we get kind of more bullish, it's kind of reminding me of 2021 again, where I think some people are going to kind of go for hype and a lot of other things and then go from there. But the thing I would tell all of you is like with the plays, you got to really ask yourself, what the criteria is. Do you know it? Do you use it? Is it going to be for 10 years minimum? Like these are all the things that we have been executing on year after year, all in the same way. ONDS? I don't know about that one. Onitis? That sounds kind of familiar. Do they make the fries? Or no, that's Oreida. I remember those commercials. Marketing of wireless radio and critical businesses. Yeah, I don't know much about them. So do you use them? Do you work with them? Do you use them? It looks like they've been around for a decent amount of time. Unless that was a split. So yeah. Oh, it's a drone play? Yeah. November? No, we talked about silver a fuck ton last year. Because I would freak out when it got above 30. We had a lot of the talks we're having today where we were saying, you know, the macro, what it means every time it goes up. Like, it's usually bad when silver goes up like this. So, but yeah, we hit silver like 4 or 5 times. That was my last Christmas play for everybody. I gave that one out to everybody, whether it was members only or not. Like, that was I was telling y'all very clearly I was going for a little silver squeeze, but I could have never imagined this. I thought maybe we got it. We got up to the 90s. That's where I got out at, but I didn't think it was going to fucking go to 112. Is this one of them? Well, this was even, again, think about it. This is a screenshot I showed you guys in August of 2025. That's the Japanese bonds, and we were talking about that. But because there, again, a lot of people were, remember, silver had like 5 different things that was driving it last year, and we talked about all of them. That's where I'm saying, like, a lot of people are bringing up the banks. I don't think that's as important because it's the same AI development stuff. We were talking AI, we were talking missiles, weapons. All of these things were playing into to silver. Well, let's see. Was it this one? Oh, that's the duration between the 3% sell-offs. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the code. Where are they? That was the Japan stuff. Cash levels. Oh, I'm already in July. I think we even talked about it then. Dollar. There was a lot of charts last year. Let me see. I'm at June. Ah, this is it. Yep. So we were talking about this one in June of 2025. So remember defensives, and people kept bringing up defensive stocks, and then we were talking about all the other stuff related. But that's what I'm saying. That's in June of 2025. But that was when it was that was a crazy price as well. So I don't think anybody really pictured it would go this much, but it was still a pretty crazy outcome. But that's what I'm saying. There's like, you could simplify what's happened, but a lot of this was very, very telegraphed. And that's why, again, it was easy to kind of follow along. Again, here's another one. We were talking gold and silver in June. And that's why I'm saying, like, even end of the year, that's where, end of this year or end of 2025, it was like December 29th, I believe, or December 27th. We made that video. I put it on this channel for all of you. It was not members only. And I went over what was going on with silver and now the next leg, how as it relates to copper. And I was sharing the break evens. I think I still have the document. But that was, and then that's where it just got fucking nutty. But yeah, so you have that's what I'm saying. Just try to understand this and keep the understanding. And now the final piece of this, which the final piece, sadly, this could take, like I said earlier today, 1 month or 3-4 years. It's going to end with something big. It's going to end with a bang. And that doesn't mean it crashes. It just means that at this point, when you have enough, I guess, inertia, I don't know if that's the word, but enough movement in this, the next level is going to be something macro. There's going to be a macro policy, a macro event, and that would probably be the only way to slow this down. Because again, it might do what it did last year, run up here. It could even come back down to $90, but that's crazy. The 75 was supposed to be the breaking point on some of that. But if it comes back down there again, I mean, it's gonna kind of start chilling out, and then it might level out, but it's gonna still kind of hold this trend. So other than that, it's gonna be a result of something macro. God knows whether it's a Volcker. Yeah, UNG is running up too now. It'll be a Volcker. It'll be a change in money, something big with the dollar, a global event, a global crisis. It could be anything. I mean, but that is what history has shown. You know, again, we were even going over it last week and a couple times prior, the silver history since 1850. And, you know, this type of move this is the third time this has ever happened in history. But again, both other times, like it correlates with something big. And anytime there was a big rally that kind of chilled out, it only chilled out after a big macro event. So that's why people even bring up, rightly so, they say, you know, like, you may love silver and gold going up right now, but when you look back historically, it's usually indicative of something kind of crazy. So get ready for the next level. Yeah, Bitcoin popping too. You have not rotated into gold. You won around 2 and never pulled the trigger. Can't rotate, especially I think gold runs first. It'll follow. Yeah, well, good. But that's one good way to look at it. Elliot's a Bitcoin man. He was a big Bitcoin guy. I think, but then as long as they're not, I think everyone just picks. You either down with both in the beginning, or some people got drawn into Bitcoin and they're like, nah, fuck gold. And then I think some people did, you know, jump bandwagons. But then that's the thing. I finally saw people talk about it. It's something I've always told you guys. Is the macro event happening now? No. You'll know when it's there. It'll be fucking obvious. It'll be something right in front of you. But gold doesn't run up on the macro prior. And that's what I've always told you guys. I even told you guys in 2020, every other time. Like, you know how people think that, like, you buy gold for a crash? And they're like, oh, you know, gold going up is going to mean it crashes. But, like, that's not how it works. Anytime there was a crash, gold would drop every single time. So that's why it's like, I wouldn't call this this is something else, like 100%. Because anytime, like COVID, gold dropped during COVID. And then after gold started to run up, 2008, gold dropped and then it went up after the crash. You could go through the whole history of gold. Silver played a little differently, but go look at gold. Gold doesn't go up ahead of a crisis. And then if there's a crisis happening, gold doesn't climb. Gold will go down on a crisis, and then it goes up afterwards. So, yeah, that's the part I think some people are starting to realize too. That's why this is just very, like, macro. That's why, like, the dollar, the silver, or like the dollar debasement, the defense spending, the solar, you name it. It's like there's some really big, broader factors. Maybe it's the debt, maybe it's late stage America, capitalism, whatever you want to call it, but it's not like there's the crisis is not happening now. And if it did, gold would drop probably 10% at this point, if not more. Gold would get clapped with it, and then it goes up afterwards. So the move we're seeing right now is usually after the recovery, after something bad happens, and then it goes up. But now we're just in this, like, you know, it just keeps going up. But then there hasn't literally been anything that's happened in a while. I like Coca-Cola. I think Pepsi's a better value, but we have Coke in the long term. How much could you allocate? I don't know, but this is kind of this is the part that's weird. It's like, it reminds me of Intel. Is that, so why, like, you know, again, how many people have asked me to buy Intel recently? Why did you not want it in August of 2025? September, October, November even, damn it. So where did this idea of put gold and silver in your long term, considering it has been 90% lower for the last decade? So I personally just don't. I've always told you guys, anytime it's ever been up, I was like, you want gold and silver, buy it physically. You could put 1 to 5% of your cash in there. That's what normal people have done. And that's the crazy part, is that 1 to 5% would have ballooned to like 5 to 20% if you actually did that. But this idea of doing it now, I am kind of concerned, because again, I don't know when this is going to stop. And again, I'm positioned at a fucking very low position. But my question for a lot of people, and this is why I'm saying, you guys, we need understanding for like the long term and like what's your advantage right now and where can you maximize your long-term plan. But why would you want to put gold in your long-term now and silver, but you didn't want it 90% lower for the last decade? Same thing with the Intel. How come we don't want Intel when it's dirt cheap, but then when it's up, you want to get it? That is something structurally I think you need to figure out. Trump says just recovered last hostage body from Gaza. FOMO? But why? I want you to, but why? Give me the why. I don't like FOMO. I don't like the concept. I don't like the behavior, but like, I don't think that's a good enough answer. Like, I guess, is it like the ugly girl in high school who becomes hot? Like a couple with like, even then I'm like, I need a more of a reasoning. Does that make sense? I need to, like, at least you could be like, oh, she's hot now. Oh, she's hot now. That makes sense, at least to a degree. But like, the fact that it's the same exact thing you would have rejected for a decade, why? And again, I have no problem gambling on it. We made a lot of money gambling on it. I think you could go back and forth, gamble. But like I'm saying, something snaps and now you're like, I want to allocate this to my portfolio. I think he just said 30% for the next 10 years, or it's like, where the fuck did this come from? You could have done it for pennies on the dollar, not literally a couple months ago, at least a year ago. And it's just like, especially even then, like whether it was AI, the dollar, solar, I've given you these theories, let alone you've had every single conservative church member telling you to buy gold and silver for the last 20 years. So why? And we need a better reasoning on this. Is gold dropping now? Yo, gold. Maybe whatever it is, you just do 1% to 2%, because that's how we did it back in the day. Because remember, gold and silver was dog shit. Can we be real? Do you guys want to have a real conversation? Do you realize for the last 2 decades, people would make fun of you for buying gold and silver? That's why, sometimes the humiliation trade turns into exuberance and vice versa. We've talked about that. I said keep that on watch this year. But it's like, yeah, gold and silver was dog shit. Dude, people would make fun of you on Wall Street for owning it. It was dog shit. It was absolute fucking dog water. So it's like, you were a boomer. It was a paperweight. They called it a pet rock. That was the way you would describe it. It just sits on literally, it sits on your desk and that's it. So the whole idea here is that people who really wanted it, that's why the ETFs right now with like gold and silver, they're very small exposure. People do not, even the ETFs themselves and the allocations. I don't know what happened with Pfizer. I saw that on the high ticker, but starting to move up. Maybe are they going to get RevMed? But I don't spend more money, Pfizer. But yeah, Pfizer is launching. So yeah, but it's like, no, there's been ads every day, every year for gold and silver. Believe me, that's late night television. That's conservative programming. There's all sorts of ads for gold and silver, but I'm saying it's just like, this isn't new. None of it's new. But back in the day, it was dog shit most of the time. But you would allocate 1% to 2%. That was it. You put the smallest amount in it. If there was ever a crisis, anything ever happened, it would balloon. So I really think if you insist on adding it and you don't want to listen to any reasoning and nothing sparks a red flag in your mind about, I ignored this for 10 years and now I want to buy it at the highest price ever, then I would not go above 1% to 2%, sadly, because that's enough. Like I'm saying, if you did 1% to 2% and it 10x, it's now 10% of your portfolio, depending on what the rest of your portfolio did. So yeah, that's the simple way to, that's negotiating though. And that's why that'll get you into trouble. But at the same time, I mean, heavy allocation at the heaviest price on a heavy metal, I don't know how I feel about it. But I'm more surprised, or I'm more, I guess, fascinated by the why. I would like to know the why. Why?
Why after many years? Why after even then, why not do 20 to 60? How come it didn't start this behavior? You know, why from 60 to 112, but not 20 to 60? Why not the first all-time high breakout? That's the real question. I think Peter Schiff's already right. The why is pure FOMO, but why? Why? What are you gonna miss out on? But why wasn't there FOMO at 60? Dog, I was freaking out at every $10. And I mean, again, I've held it for a really long time, but you know, this was an asset that, you know, most people you've known about. It's been around longer than I've been alive. So that's why when I, you know, again, 20 to 35 and then breaking 35 to 45 and then 45 to 60, that was FOMO. That was insane. That's why I'm like, well, where did this all get sparked all of a sudden? Like, why? Yeah, you know what you could do while you think about it? A push-up. How about 10 to 20 push-ups? The price that silver used to be at, $10 to $20 an ounce. You could do 10 to 20 push-ups. Let's go, baby. I hope you make the most of it. You've been here for 2.5 hours. You got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new silver? Smoking? What? Silver? Oh my goodness. I could be overthinking it. I that's what I'm trying to do. See, because my problem, it's not, I mean, sadly, it's not even my problem, but I am a little concerned about the people not putting thought into this. Again, all of a sudden, people are like, I had on Friday, they were like, I want to go and put all my money into it. They were like, I just got a check. I want to buy this. I want to buy that. And now they're like, I want to put 30% of my long term into silver. So I think a little bit of extra thought on this matter will not, I don't think it'll hurt you. I mean, and again, like I said, the real answer, if you really wanted to do it, would be 1% to 2%. But I just think, I mean, it's like, do you want to be like, why not early? I don't know. It's an odd one. But yeah, do a push-up, baby. Get moving. I'm doing the lunge. I actually need to do some trunk twists. It's because there's nothing else to buy right now. Well, that goes back to my first conversation where I believe that's absolute dog shit. I mean, again, Kimberly Clark, there's not, I mean, if you asked me this when silver was at 80, you had 50 more names that were at multi-year lows that are high quality. And I always said that because when I bought my gold and silver, I always compared it to Coca-Cola. Because when I bought my gold and silver, Coca-Cola was dirt cheap. And at most of my career of holding gold and silver, I wish I put my money into Coca-Cola. You know why? Because I could have got 5-6% dividend, maybe more, and I would have gotten like 200% on the equity. And I'd always say I should have just bought Coke. But then again, up until this year, that changed now with this type of move. But so I just don't believe that's a valid reasoning, because there is good things that you could actually buy. Now, granted, a lot less than 30 days ago, but that's why I'm saying if you're gonna like forcefully drag your feet and then be like, there's nothing to buy, I have to buy this. Well, yeah, that's what happens. If you miss the opportunity, the quality level is going to go down on what is available. They won't seize it. They'll try to buy it back. That's what happened in the 70s. They didn't necessarily seize it. They offered a buyback. Then they offered to buy people's gold if you had it. But it's very weird when it comes to seizing it. I don't know. We could argue about what's to buy, but my real question is why now? What triggered it in your mind that was like, fuck yeah, this is it now? Like, I don't know how to describe it, but Finish your push-up. I gotta go to the wall. Gotta do a wall stretch, son. Are they talking gold?
Wu's new book, Merry-Go-Round, broke down a novel of guilt, greed, and globalization. And in my advanced copy, I can see that there's some prominent blurbs from some prominent names. Paul Tudor Jones of Tudor Investment, Howard Marks of Oaktree, and Jagdish Bhagwati of Columbia University, an economics professor there. I'm curious to get their take on the book as well. Thank you so much, David. Good to speak with you. All right, let's head over now to Washington, D.C., to Laura Davison, our Bloomberg Deputy Washington Bureau, who's got an update for us on everything that's been happening on the front lines of what ICE is doing, especially in
ISIS?
Minnesota. There's been some
what is
cost to
ISIS
this
doing, Habibi? Oh, God.
The sorts of things
tell me about the Fed.
That this committee has to be thinking about
what ISIS is
as we
doing.
move forward.
We have ISIS in the Minneapolis, ISIS. Oh, no.
I would be very worried if there are more cuts. I mean, think about it. You have real interest rates at 0.75%. You have a $40 billion a month quantitative easing. They're growing their balance sheet again. That's an enormous amount of stimulus, monetizing the debt, supporting the fiscal stimulus, which is already in place. So yeah, I would be very concerned about the future in terms of wealth distribution, in terms of inflation and the effects of inflation. Those are important factors that this FOMC and I would think the fiscal authorities, that is Congress, need to be thinking about.
Yeah.
Now.
Well, they still say that it's restrictive, though, their current policy, and we're seeing the unemployment rate rise. And so there's an argument that they could go more.
Well, someone will make that argument, but remember, unemployment is still less than 4.5%. And remember that there is a reduction in supply as well as a slowing in demand, but the economy itself is strong. Now, we have this K type of economy where the middle class and up are benefiting from the wealth effects, but the rest of it, the bottom 50%, are not. So that part of the equation people will focus on in terms of the bottom 50%, but I don't think monetary policy can solve that problem, to be honest.
Okay, Thomas, channeling the Hawks at the table today. Thank you for joining us, Thomas Lemig. We do have some developments out of Minnesota. Target's incoming CEO, Michael Fidelki, sending a video message to employees today after the second fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen in the company's hometown of Minneapolis. As part of his message, he says, quote,
Dude,
the violence and loss of life in our community is incredibly painful.
Big pop.
I know it's weighing heavily
Dog, I
on
just
many
had
of
an
you across
epiphany.
the country, as it is with
You guys, see, this is why, like, even last year, I really wanted y'all to lock in and focus on certain things and just be ahead of it, because I did provide a lot of the info early, but I just had an epiphany. I think some of y'all are going to forget, and you have forgotten, but like, I think y'all gonna get mad at me no matter what happens. I just hit me, bro. It just hit me. GME Burry post report to Substack. People were anticipating that. I'm down to flip that one though. You might get a little bit. Is there any cheap ones? No. Oh, they already fucking jacked them up. Little fuckers. Yeah, that was anticipated and all the other shit coming out. But yeah, you'll be able to get a quick flip on that for a little bit. They already went up 30%. I'll make that free in a second. And then, yeah, Fig was going up. But yeah, no, I realized it. I think, what's it called? I think people are going to, because then again, if it goes, people want to do it. This reminds me when people want to do it, but it's just like at this point, I'm backing out, guys. You do what you ever need to do, but, you know, we have tried to explain it. So if you want to add it to your, do whatever you want, but don't get mad. There you go. Woo! I know, he was teasing that one. Yeah, they already fucking ripped, dude. Hi. All right. Woo! Nice. It filled me at like 150. I'm down. All right, got a couple free ones there. Look at that. Very quick, Habibi. Very, very quick. I already knew about it. I was going to put it in the morning document because people were hyping it up, but I was going to say the GME boys are talking, but then they always talk. So kind of, you know what I'm saying? Very, very, very difficult. Trump Governor Walz called me with the request to work together with respect to Minnesota. Very good call. We actually seem to be on a similar wavelength. What? Trump, you little goofball. Trump's a goofball. Love it. Love it. What a goofy goober. Well, no one's mad yet at the silver, but I already see where it's coming. That's what I'm saying, because that's why I kept telling y'all, even last 2 weeks. I said, listen, man, I'm out of the game. Because I know it's either gonna fucking keep ripping up, and then you're gonna be like, oh, I should have bought it at the highest price ever known to man since the 1850s. Or if it goes down, then you're gonna be like, oh, well, thank you sometimes. But then, yeah, the only outcome is if it goes down, but I don't even think it's gonna go down until something big happens. It's just gonna be weird. So unfortunately, if you really want to make a long-term decision, you want to make all of that, all I could do is ask you good questions and challenge you to think why. And I really hope you could respect it, but at the same time too, this is what happens when prices go up and prices go crazy. It's very tempting to get emotional. So like I'm saying, it's just it's something you got to really think about, but you want to think about it earlier than later. This is why even last week we talked about it. Just choose your frustration. I remember what I was showing you guys on Friday. Homie said he got a commission, and I said, bro, just do the damn calculation. Would you be more mad if silver went to 140 and you missed out, or would you be mad if silver went back to $60, $70, and then you lost half of your money right now, or $50 and you lost half of your money? Lula and Trump had a phone call today, Brazil says. A couple of knuckleheads. So this is making sense. Choose your frustration. Literally, if you are gonna go, again, you have a, I don't know, $20,000 portfolio, you put 30% in, how are you gonna feel if it doubles or if you lose half of it? That's pretty much how I would be thinking about it. And whichever one pisses me off more, I would probably avoid getting pissed off, because that's going to, again, and when you make one bad decision, usually leads to more. One good decision usually leads to more. So do you get what I'm saying? That's you got to think about the plan. That's what I'm thinking about. That's why it's you don't want to, I like having a good state of mind with investments. I like that's why I choose my frustration. That's why I don't care if I miss it. I make some sound effects. We could react. I'm fascinated by it to watch it. But that's why even then, when I played it at the times I played it, it's because I was like, okay, if it did squeeze, I would get a little bit more mad because I knew everything about it. That's why I'm like, let me put some money down on it. But at the same time, I've cashed out a lot on the short term. I have a lot right now physically. It's just which one am I going to be more bothered by? Am I going to be more bothered by losing half of my money buying at kind of one of the highest prices, or am I going to complain about missing out on another 30, 40, 50%? You got to choose your frustration, and whichever one is more frustrating, I would avoid the frustration and act to avoid that. But that's what you're going to have to live with. If you could run through those scenarios now, I think you will be fine. But if you don't run through those scenarios, you're just going to get into it without a plan. Losing the loss. Well, that's for some people. I mean, it's easy right now. It's easy to say I would be mad if I lost money, but then if it goes up 50% tomorrow, you're gonna be like, why did I care about losing money? I could have made but you know yourself better than I do. Everybody does. You have to know how you are, and then some people too. What do people do? This is why I do it too on sometimes, because I know I'm just gonna play it. So most people, if that FOMO point hits, you're going to end up playing it. You might as well just play it now. That's why. If you don't have the discipline, you can't keep it in your pants, then this is a stupid conversation, because you might as well just play it then, because you're going to do it anyways at a worse price. Hence why it's at $100 and $12 and they want to buy it now, but not at $60 or $80. Does that make sense? We already did this between $40 and $60. That's how we got here. But then that's why it's like, oh, so if you're going to end up playing it regardless, and you're just going to wait till it's a higher price, like what are you doing now? That's what happens. So that's why I'm saying, if you could really just think about this and run through it in your behavior and what you're going to do, you will make a better decision. But then again, but that's why you have to, if you don't have the discipline to even say no, and if you say, no, I'm going to do it, or I'm not going to do it, and then it goes up again, and then you're going to end up doing it, if that's your type of personality, well, then you might as well do it now. So, yeah. Visa, I think it's a decent company. It's still just a little up there. You got a nice little discount as of late, but I would probably want it, like, you know, the good value plays, they're usually way up on the 10-year, but then they're, like, back to, like, 21 to 22 prices. So, for me right now, I think I would rather take some of the better deals.
Respectfully understood that, and I will be speaking to him in the near future. He was happy that Tom Homan was going to Minnesota, and so am I. We have had such tremendous success in other cities. So the president,
this is the
here
Tim Walsh
suggesting that he is now in communication with the governor of Minnesota and on friendly terms with a man that he has derided in past months as out of control. He's called him corrupt. He's used the R word to describe him. And now
what's the R word, sir?
Sort of a truce here in the wake of this horrific shooting that we saw over the weekend in Minnesota. So the president sending a new leader of his immigration effort to Minnesota and suggesting that he's now had a change of heart, at least on this issue, with the governor of the state. Guys, back over to you.
I mean, people wanted them to take the temperature down, and feels like got the message, and that's what's happening. Thank you, Eamon. Eamon Javers. Yep. When we come back, hundreds of thousands left without power as heavy snowfall blankets the United States. We'll talk with one of the biggest utility companies.
Interesting. And then GME still working up. Silver still working up. Speak of the devil. $112 is cheaper than $200. Oh, you're right. You're right. Wow. Thank you for that. I wasn't putting two and two together. That's amazing. You guys hear that? Okay. Where does $60 factor into this? Didn't Reddit just have a headline too? What was the other one? Fig, not fly. Yeah. No, Tesla kind of ran up earlier, but then today it just got clobbered. Take the snow. Hey man, at least you guys got power. It's funny because natural gas is still like climbing up, but it doesn't seem like it was that bad. Dude, some people thought it was going to be monstrous by today. But then again, some people are still, the weather could keep weathering away. There, abracadabra with his daily Trump comment. Good morning. How are you, man? You have a good weekend? You thought it was hype, but it was wrong. It's good though. At least you got power. Hopefully you got a blanket. Ask them the lowest, 860 on that. It looks like a good property, but 860 is just like the market value. Like, sadly, we would need it at like, depending on the work, it'd probably be in the 6s. But ask them the lowest. Otherwise, you could refer the deal and then have them list it. And I think they'd get 860 on the market. But if they want like a quick sale or depending on the condition, it would have to be a lot lower. You didn't lose power in Houston. Is Texas freezing? And then I don't know. Some of you said you went to Miami, but did you see Miami? Didn't they evacuate the airport last night? They did it for like 5 hours, but I would have liked Miami. But then it's so weird. How does Texas get snow and then Miami's fine? $20 degrees in Dallas. There was a bomb threat in Miami. Yeah. Let him know, like 620 would be the, do 70% of like 860 or whatever. But then like the idea is like if he wants quick cash, do the deal without listing it. But if it's in good condition, he could go through and, list it. And if he's willing to wait a little bit, no rush, I think he'd get 800. Silver jumps the most since 2021 as Haven demand fuels metal rally. That was the biggest gain today? I guess so. 114. It's up 10.37. That's crazy because 10% means so much more now. And then GME, bro. Those fucking hit. Habibi. I'll take it. Yeah, that was the first candle, the GME thing. I flipped them for 100, but now they're back holding 100 on the bid. $50-50, Dallas holding up, no major Powell loss. Powell? Well, shit, be safe, get your blankets. I still think solid advice. And silver's still going. A couple biotechs moving. SPY's chilling here, bro. We've been chilling here for like an hour or two now. But yeah, you're getting little individual moves. Tech is still holding, but some of the ones in the morning faded. Calls on blankets. I don't want to even tell you guys. Because, like, I was cold, too, this weekend, but it was, like, 60 degrees, 50. You know that? I woke up cold this morning. I think my house was, like, 60-something in the morning, and I was, oh. But, yeah, I'm sorry for being so insensitive. But personally, it affected me, but it's not. Yeah, man, it's hard. Silver. See? Even from, like, fuck you, Josh. I could have made $15 an ounce. I know. I'm sorry, man. I bought my silver for $15 an ounce. $12. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's a wild world. Choose your frustration. Yeah, they're pumping the walls news again. With no real effect. Ah! Oh, what the fuck? They cut off the locked in? All right, you guys are back. Burry, I've been buying GME. Of course. Ryan Cohen, Burry, all of them. Yeah, I don't know why they clapped you. They're probably going to clap the other one next, too. California 60s and Minnesota negative 20. Give or take. Give or take. My toes get cold and shit. But like, yeah, I don't like the cold. But do you guys make fires and shit or no? Am I just being too romantic about this? You guys don't make like s'mores and shit?
Huddle around the campfire. No? Okay. Had the fire. Dude, I like a good fire pit. That's what we were doing at the farm, bro. You had a good fire pit. You know, that's... And then the smell. Smells good. You just end up smelling like smoke. All right, man. Silver's still working its way up. I mean, gold's lagging behind it, but... Yeah, this is all kind of a silver day. 10%. 10.5 on silver. All right, Airbus delivery numbers. You want silver so you can make that sound? I've been doing that for 2 years. Bro, this used to cost $40. 60 max. 60 max. Now this is what? 215? 230? I'm losing money now doing this, bro. This is supposed to be the only use I found for silver in the last few years. Now we can't. So yeah, man, I don't know. We should probably make a network if you guys want to sell your silver, and I'll pair you up with the buyers, because I think some of you want to get rid of it and some of you want to buy it. Because maybe I'll give away a silver coin. I have a bunch of these, bro. You know, I think technically, I would like to think I'm in the top. I'm either in the top 1% or top 5% of silver holders. So I mean, I don't know, man. That's why you're talking to a silver whale technically, but I'm still very surprised by all these reactions. The delay on the stream, I have no idea. It's random every day. So you gotta look at your chart, look at what's going on, and try to pinpoint it from there. Or you could see at the top of the hour, which is in what, 1 minute, I think. I don't know. $500 ounces to be top 1%. We did it, Joe. We did it. I think I have about that much. I have a fuck ton of silver, but it was dirt cheap, dude. Like, it's just ridiculous. That's why I'm like, no way. But then you know how hard it is to sell? I need to find that video. There's like a guy trying to sell 1,000-ounce silver bar, and it's the hardest process in the world. Yeah, bro, the junk silver dimes are worth big money, bro. Big money. Is this it?
You won't believe what just walked in at Greenville Gold and Silver. It's got to be heavy when he's waddling like this. He comes over to the counter to deal with my father, Dan. He's able. You won't believe
you guys don't
what
understand
just walked
how hard
in at Greenville
this is.
Gold and Silver. It's got to be heavy when he's waddling like this. He comes over to the counter to deal with my father, Dan. He's able to talk to him for a while and kind of assess the situation after realizing that this guy does in fact have 1,000-ounce silver bar. We decide to bring him back to our VIP room where we can further test it. And of course, it tested great on this machine, but I needed
Look at
something
what you
that
have
could
to do.
penetrate
It's just
or get
sell
an
it.
accurate test all the way through. So I use this specific gravity. I get a huge bucket of water, I weigh the bar, I tear out the bucket of water, and then I suspend the silver bar in the bucket of water with my father Dan here to help me out, and we're able to get the specific gravity 10.5, a very accurate test for a bar this big. So that is a huge reassurance. Dad is clearly not sold on it though, so I got to do one more test just to ensure everything's good. I got to bust out the Dremel, drill a small hole, and test the 5-inch inside. Thankfully, everything was good once again, and we're ready to close the deal out. Now that I got a whole bunch of silver and my client's paid and happy, it's time for a short workout. Figured me and Pops, after all that work,
I've never seen that
set
before.
Of curls before we send this
Bro,
bar
a
over to
1,000-ounce
home.
bar of silver. I've never seen that in my life. Isn't that crazy? But yeah, that's the problem. Like selling it in bigger quantities, you have to like verify it. You got to do all that. Yeah, you still, that's why people charge the fees and the prices. Because if you ever wanted to offload it, like you need somebody to verify it, or you better know how to weigh it in water and do all of that. And then if it's big enough, you still got to fucking maybe cut it open a little bit. There's a lot that goes into it. 6957. I think we're about 30 points away though from the all-time high. But you're working your way up right now. SPY's good. You got a couple of names on the low. NASDAQ's still the leader. Russell's the lagger. See what happens though with the bonds. But bonds are even up on the day, and then Dow's up by 0.3. I still think a majority of names are up. Dow Jones 19 green, 11 in the red. NASDAQ 65 green, 35 red. SPY 271 green, 232 in the red. Let's see. Well, they sell on Blue Vault. I would always see those. Let me see the packages they have. I don't know if they still off. They should. San Diego. Yeah, they have the case of 500s. Yeah, these are the ones they'd sell. They would sell 500-ounce bars. That's crazy. 500-ounce bars is $58,000. That's insane. That used to be like 20K. And then it used to be like 10K. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. But those are the 100. I've never seen 1,000-ounce bars. Unless it's like in Wile E. Coyote or something. Isn't that a fucking anvil? Have I seen a silver saute pan? No. I'm sorry, are any of you guys going to like estate sales and garage sales looking for silver? I feel like you might have an opportunity there now. Because again, people at the beginning, damn, silver's still going. But people did the, what's it called? People were doing the dime thing and the coins, and that ended up paying. Again, at one point, wasn't it like $5 a dimes or $10 a dimes was like $300? It's true, you don't do push-ups, you can't lift your silver. It's heavy, bro. It's heavy. 3,000 for an ounce. That sound like a fair rate. Word is gold. They only kept theirs too late. What, Uncle? That's crazy. Well, that's the thing, like those estate sales, like there's a whole thing even with like vintage items, not just like gold and silver, but apparently that's what happens. Like there's like, it's literally like its own little market. People go to the estate sales, find the vintage items, and then they like resell them through like thrift shops, and then eventually it just lands up online. There's like 3-4 levels of just resellers, usually in local places. That's the game. Yeah, that's how they do it. It's like there's the just take it straight online. If you could avoid all the thrift, but that's what happened. It starts at the estate sales,
then goes to the thrift shops, gets cycled around like 5 thrift shops until somebody, the online reseller, goes in and then starts selling them online. You got a chair for 100, sold it for 15. Whew! Yeah, bro. The vintage game. You got a table for 100, sold it for 600. Jeez. Damn, bro. And that's fun too, though. Like, don't you get to like see stuff? You get to talk to people. You probably get a real estate deal too. The China Pokemon thing. Yes, I heard about that, but unfortunately, I think that's a load of shit. There's other ways to get around capital controls and other things, but I've heard people say that, but I don't believe that is true, unfortunately. Yeah, people have said that, because I don't know if you guys, I was telling people about this maybe 5 to 7 years ago, because again, I know a lot of people in China, and I know people with big money and what they've done, but nobody's buying Pokemon cards to get around the $50,000, $100,000 limit. It doesn't really it's not the same thing. They're buying other, again, gold and silver makes a lot more sense, and other stuff there, but that's about it. I like O, but I just, unfortunately, that was one of those names that really rocketed this year. So, you know, just again, like a month ago would have probably been a better decision. It's still a fair price, but we're even up on it already in our long term. I've held O for several years, but REITs are going to be one of those this year that once we get more clarity with the rates, there's going to be right now it's a lot of risk reward, but you might get a good opportunity with them. But for now, I just, unfortunately, I don't like the 10% in a month. Wow. Chad just sent me 500,000 ounces of silver. It's either 500,000 ounces or 500K. Here you go. This is from a silver mint. It's amazing. Well, look at that. Big money, bro. Big money. The silver. Yeah, the China, there's real assets though. That's true. That's been going on for a really long time. But unfortunately, Pokemon cards are not a real asset. I mean, they're real, but I wouldn't really call it an asset. But like, think gold, silver, real estate, certain types of vehicles, but even then the vehicles, it's still a little different. But yeah, that, you know, export controls and understanding that is pretty important. But I would argue gold and silver probably. And then they still buy real estate. Don't get it twisted. Yes, art, real life artwork. That's different. Like, you see what I'm saying? I think people are kind of confusing the truth and, you know, trying to make it like Pokemon, but like, no, bro, you get a couple $1 million, go buy artwork, go buy a George Condo, go buy a Basquiat. There's Yo-Yo Kazamo or whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of those and those are great investments. Those aren't gonna, that's the way to fucking do it. And you could buy that anywhere. There's no problem with that. And yeah, that's gonna really protect your money. Yeah, but it's a liquid. But I don't, not fucking Pokemon cards. But I have heard people say that. I think it's a Pokemon pump. Collectibles have value, but it's not the same of, you know, it's just like if I had $1 million or 10 million or 20 million that I needed to protect, I'm not gonna buy it in some like little small pieces of shit or stuff that's not like real. You know, this is just like the NFT shit, you guys. You don't remember when people would say the same thing with NFTs, but it was just like, it's not real. It's not a real, like, it doesn't offer the same safety.
Like I'm saying, you buy a Basquiat, you go buy something that is a, well-known artwork for a long, long time. Again, even older than a Basquiat, you're gonna get a different level of safety. Or again, real estate. There is a lot of real estate that people still buy in those countries. Anybody trying to get money out of somewhere, real estate is still the number one way to protect your wealth. That's it. That's literally wealth preservation. That's the part a lot of people miss, is that real estate is a wealth preservation vehicle. We're talking taxes, talking you live in a hostile country, you want to put money anywhere, put it in trust. That's why real estate is actually very, very, very important. Your local pawn shop stopped taking plated silver. Well, yeah, because those guys started saying that some of the refiners, they're at capacity, so they'll only take certain kinds of silver now. Yeah, UNG is rocketing up. Everybody in the GME. Those went up fucking 400%, dog. Woo, thank you, Michael. I love you, Michael. Yeah, I mean, you could make your money on Pokemon cards, but I wouldn't just... I encourage you all to not fall for, just don't make it like a... I don't know. It's not like there's no scheme that people are trying to move money out of countries with Pokemon cards. That's just not. That's very romantic. Please hold. Well, I've seen people pay a lot for the Pokemon cards and do crazy shit, but yeah, and again, that's why I say, you could make money. I'm sure there's some value, but it's not I don't view it as a real asset. And if you ever wanted to put big money for a long time in shit like that, you should buy artwork, but then one of ones and really good artwork, but artwork is very illiquid. And that's the other. I mean, you guys should play Stock Wars. Play Tim's game. It'll teach you a little bit about illiquidity. Because that's the other problem with it. Yeah, you sell the cards and then convert to real estate. Yeah, you could say that, but it's not like I'm saying, it's not as easy and it's not as much. I'm telling you, there is way more people and way more demand for moving millions of dollars in artwork. If that was the case of what you wanted to do, and then even on this very subjective value, and then how many buyers in the world exist of that. Again, it's hard to find art buyers, but they exist, and they exist at very big amounts. Yeah, it's a good story. Very good story, but it's just not. So I'm saying, very romantic. Baba and silver again. It's been a long day without you, silver. Remember, guys, keep an ounce of silver on you at all times, right? Amazing. How did this happen? 115. I ain't seen no wires, and then I heard silver from the amplifiers. Silver coins with the golden. Okay, I'm sorry. Ain't want 60, so I buy 100, 115, can't pay my rent, cause silver's a liquid as shit. But that's okay, they'll buy half a spot, half a spot, half a spot. I'm so sorry. The Pokemon money laundering from China? Yes, but I don't think that's real, you guys. That's why someone asked me. But I think it's a really elaborate story that has I've shared this with you guys many years ago about the Chinese activity and how it works and capital controls. This relates to one of our macro lessons, the unholy trinity, if you recall. And again, they have about a $50,000 to $100,000 export limit. But yeah, I don't think they're buying Pokemon cards. That doesn't mean people in China aren't buying them, but to view it as like that is the source of capital transfer and like getting capital out of the country, I think that's a very cute story, but it's not. I don't think that's actually legitimate. So silver's at $115. It has moved up $15 since the $100. That's what? I think the highest I've paid for silver is $15 an ounce in my life. That's insane. Yeah, palladium is getting platinum. I mean, at this point, I think copper. That's what we kept talking about. And if copper stayed alive, but it's just like, or if silver, this rally stays high enough, but it's getting there. Like I told you guys, after 120-ish, 128 to 136, a lot of the break evens start to change around there. I remember it was around this time when silver took a break, platinum was going crazy last year. And remember, I even told you, I was like, I have no idea about platinum. I don't know what the hell's happening. But yeah, Zoom. Didn't Zoom hit a 52-week high today? Yeah, silver is still going up, bro. Holy shit. Oh, closed into 100 over the weekend and then just came out swinging. You still haven't even heard anything from your boy China yet. Copper, it's like silver, but you gotta check. I think they might own mines. Yeah, but this one doesn't move as much. This one I think is linked to the futures. Like ICOP moved a little bit better. It's a mix of shorts covering, but then there's also like demand, I think, coming in elsewhere. Again, this could be builders and other stuff with AI. This could be defense. It could also be the effect of China. And then not to mention, though, the first part of this up until like last week, it's been retail as well. There's been a huge retail demand. I would say from 80 to like 90 or 100, a big portion of it was just straight retail. As crazy as that sounds. To all the silver that be going up, how do I sell? That's great. That is the next question. How do you sell? But it's good though. People are kind of learning about liquidity on this because it's good money and it's like great, but it's really not that easy to sell. Easier to sell in smaller amounts, but then a lot of people are finding out, goes up to 100. I don't know, would anybody buy it at 100? Because now it's at 115. So if you wanted $100 an ounce, it's at 115. You're selling $15 below spot. I don't know. That's like what? I feel, is that a good deal or what? No, the government shutdown doesn't really. Actually, government shutdown, gold and silver would kind of go down. But I mean, I think there's literally 5-10 different factors all playing into this. I would say the macro though, and the
dollar, the debasement, the trade, the bonds, and then the build out, the industrialism, the manufacturing, those stuffs come into it. My long term for you. All right, silver chilled out a little bit there. If people can't sell, won't it come down? I mean, I don't know. The crazy part is that a lot of people do not want to sell. That's what I figured out last week. I already knew it with like the older people, but yeah, it's some people do not want to sell. That's just, there's some people who would probably never sell. I think I'm one of them, sadly. I can't lie, I'm tempted, but then I go back very circular. I just, what the fuck am I going to buy? What am I going to do with it? There's nothing. I bought it. I put a small portion of my money at the time because just in case the world ended, I would be able to defeat vampires and conduct trade for water. That was my logic when I bought my silver. I wish I was joking too. You know that? This is not a joke. Like, seriously, I got every quantity. I got every size. So just in case, you know? But now I'm like, well, shit. If it's going to happen, at least I'll have it. Like, that's kind of my idea now. So, you know, I don't really plan on getting rid of it. And then that way, too, if the same reason I bought it for ever happened, now I have more, but I have the same amount, but I guess it gets me. I don't know what it gets me now. And then if that came down to it, but yeah, because now if I offered you a silver coin for a fucking pack of water bottles, now you're like, oh, that's $100. You would give me, if I offered you right now one silver eagle for like a pack of water, would you? Yeah, this gets me a lot. Now, perceptionally, I think you'll give me more water. So yeah, I'm kind of down, bro. I'm kind of down. But that's why I bought it, for the good old water trade in Mad Max. Oh, sugar water. Docking, I think GME and silver on the same day. Making medicine is your logic? Oh, you could do a lot. Maybe I need a power, electricity. Build a at-home solar panel on the farm. I already have a farm now, too. I got that without the silver. So now, fucking, I'm ready to go, bro. Water stocks? Maybe, but people they don't like the water like I do. Yeah, UNG still climbing. And the whole market, man. We're up almost 3/4 on the NASDAQ. V. Yeah, bro, you're actually still melting up a little bit. You got 60-70% of the NASDAQ in the green. A couple names are waking up. But literally, last like 30 minutes has just been silver and GME, and then UNG as well. Again, it's still getting cold out there.
sell it for Pepsi. Yeah, I mean, that was what I've held it for over 10 years. And like, I would always get mad that I didn't buy Coca-Cola and start stacking up divvies and drip, but I'm going to want silver. I always want silver on hand, a little bit at least. Yeah, but I think I'm set, you guys. I think I'm just going to chill with my silver. That's why I want you guys to think about it, do what's wise, but yeah, I can't. I'm not really the guy to ask. I know the macro very well, but at this point, bro, I can't, like, what the fuck, man? I think I'm just gonna hold it. DRMA, biotech, ripping. What time is it, 9:30? But yeah, I didn't see anything on BBAI. I don't see anything on Derma. That halted? Real estate's been slow in San Diego and just Cali. If you get a good deal, like, it's been easier to find houses, but the resale prices aren't as high. But yeah, you can find them. But yeah, it still takes a little bit longer to sell, like an extra 30 days. And then all depends on the price. If you price something, though, low in California, you could sell it in a week. That's the crazy part. I think there's been a couple of chart glitches, even some option chains not loading up today. Yeah, mine doesn't show anything. Whatever Derma is, I don't see any news. Hecla Mining. HL had news pending. Is that still halted? Yeah, they announced sale of Casa Bernardi Gold Corporation for $593 million. They haven't unhalted yet. Oh, and then Starbucks has earnings on the 28th, and then the next day they have Investor Day. That'll be interesting. Having a park in front of the house, does it give you more value? It depends. Usually no. If it's like next to like main roads and shit like that, people, you know, if it's near a main road or if it's on the main road, it just depends if there's like good schools and if people like the kids, if it's like a kid place. But if it doesn't and it's just a park, then it might backfire. A couple of random little small caps are running up. When Staples dropped, XBI came up. Where is a healthcare? CNC. Yeah, Nat Gas 105. Dude, it's crazy. Nat Gas did in a week what it would do in a couple years. I mean, shit, even silver, for crying out loud. Again, today's the biggest day for silver now since 2008. Like, 1 day gain. So again, like 10% in 1 day is 11% is actually ridiculous. Imagine being short silver. I'm just short and I have silver. But yeah, that's mutually exclusive, I think. But either way, I think the whole shorting thing, though, is very romantic. I think, like, that's just, remember, like, even from 40 to 60 to 80,
We were talking about solar panels. We were talking about manufacturing, about missiles, about AI, data centers. Like, there's a lot that has gone into silver. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily like just shorting. I'm sure that's part of it, but and then there's the big retail demand, but there's so much more. Yeah, UNG, those plays, the free ones, they expire in a couple days, but they're fucking green. Oh, Chad. Okay, I sold another set of UNG. I don't want to, but they expire soon. I kept a couple just in case. Because then they're in the money, so if it goes nuts again. To everybody that be living it up. Another shovel? Yeah, we'll have Philo here in about 30 minutes. I would start, I mean, I brought it up last week, I think we were, or a week, maybe 2 weeks ago, we talked about the copper. I said, you know, if you want to go early and take the risk, you can. I still think it's going to take some time, but I wouldn't ignore copper now. I don't think you can. Just the real thing you need to understand with copper, the real big play is either going to be end of this year or end of next year. Maybe it happens sooner, but you have to account accordingly. That's why I was saying it. If you are going to look at copper, you better play it in a method that has time, whether that's option or just pure shares, because, yeah, it's not, the timing of copper is going to be weird. But right now, it's definitely on watch, and now everything else is one fucking domino after the next is playing along. So, yeah, I would look for it. Oh, we should do more push-ups. Can you do a push-up, though? You know, it goes silver, copper, push-ups. Or some would argue push-up, silver, copper. So stand up. Stand up. Chad, you've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go on this beautiful Monday. You're here, baby. Get some steps in. Get the body moving. Get some sunlight if you can. I know some of you are freezing. But still, if you can't get the sunlight, you could go get the push-ups light. So do your thing, baby. I just took some UNG, so it's either gonna rip or dip. But yeah, move around, man. 10 push-ups, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stare away from the computer screen. Some of you have been looking at silver all day like a vampire or a werewolf. I don't even know. So calm down, dog. Just calm down. Look away. Look away, bro. Oil majors lose Kazakh field dispute worth up to $4 billion. Yeah, move. When I move, you move. Just long term. Hey, long term. Read that shit. I need to get to the wall. Gotta get to the wall here. You got propaganda? They're like, ice. Ice is cold in UNG. Silver again? Oh. Well, shit, I'm gonna keep my stretches until it goes. Why until the end of the year with copper? Because there's a fuck ton of supply. I mean, they price it by the pound. It's like bananas. Oh, shit. Banana? Kanye.
Page ad in the Wall Street Journal today apologizing for his history of anti-Semitic comments. He attributed his behavior, which caused Adidas to cut ties with him in 2022, to an undiagnosed brain injury and mental health issues. In the advertisement, he said he deeply regrets his actions. Scott, back to you.
Okay, Seema, thanks for that. That's Seema Modi. Let's do some calls of the day. So Goldman has an interesting gaming call today. They say expect another tough quarter for Vegas. They still name Las Vegas Sands their top pick. They reiterate their buy. $80 is the price target there. However, they do lower Wynn's target to 140 from 148, and they reiterate the buy there as well. Jimmy, we go to you first because I've ended on Wynn, and that's your big winner.
Yeah, well,
has been one.
It has been. I mean, it's come off a little bit. I'm thinking of adding to it. I trimmed it not that long ago. But the thought process here is, let's be clear, Las Vegas is not doing so well. In part, that's because the comps were unbelievably difficult in the few years after the pandemic. I mean, everybody was there. And that has died off. There's questions about whether that's cyclical or secular. But if you look at Wynn, the reason to own Wynn, and also, Joe, to your Las Vegas Sands, is the Macau exposure, and even more than that, the Dubai resort, which is going to open up in less than a year, maybe a year, but should be less than a year, and that's where the real boost in earnings is going to come from. That's why I own it.
Joe?
So for us, the better trade is in Las Vegas Sands, and that's because of the balance sheet. We looked at Wynn. Unfortunately, for Wynn, you have negative return on equity, negative debt to equity. So for the quality factor, it didn't qualify in that regard. Las Vegas Sands, a newer position, established at the end of October. I think it's up somewhere around 2.5% since then. So I agree with Jimmy. It looked like they had really strong momentum. Each one of these stocks is kind of pulling back right now from the early December highs. And we'll see where it goes from here.
Okay, let's take Cummins. Take a look at this stock. They've downgraded it to pure perform over at Wolf. It was at Outperform. Joe, you own this name as well. They talk about it having materially outperforming over the past couple of years, but they do lower the rating. They expect strong earnings per share growth over the next 2 years. They still see an improving fundamental backdrop. It's a valuation downgrade more than anything else, it appears.
Valuation's not that extreme if I look at it. I've got it at 30 times. Look, you could create a basket. It's United Rentals, it's Vertiv, it's Quanta, it's Fastenal, it's Cummins. It's all of these industrial names that are performing really, really well. So I kind of take the other side of that one. I see Cummins is doing well in the power gen business. They've got strong momentum, and they're delivering on earnings.
Tim Wall's statement on Trump
at Evercore for Boston Scientific. You own that one too.
We do.
Well, after knocking back a few beers talking about football audibles
medical device names
in a game of hopscotch, I realized we're not that much different.
Thermo Fisher, Boston
Although I like to
Scientific,
incite
we'll take a look at
violence
it.
in
I
my
can't say
whole
much more
entire
than that 'cause
state,
we do rebalance on
I think
Friday.
we could
Okay,
come
good.
to a
We'll
middle
look forward to
ground.
that. What about AppLovin? Got upgraded today.
Fuck,
$700 at Needham. They say buy the dip in this name.
Tim,
That's
get
the
your
worst
boy,
tech name
Tim.
that we own right now. I hope they're right on the
While
dip.
changing my
I know a
oil
lot of
filter,
people say,
I
well,
said
it
we're
doesn't
not
matter
that
where
different.
You get in, it does.
Now,
because
I
if
know
you
I
just swing a lot
intimidate
of
Donald
range,
as a
you
man,
have
but
24,
we were able to
$76.
come
The
to
stock
common
has pulled
ground.
back significantly. And it's had several attempts to try and reestablish the positive momentum, and it just continues every time. It fails to do so. So that's
Silver
indicative to me
again!
of a situation where more people are looking to exit than they are to actually enter. One thing to mention, 200-day moving average sits at 489. That would be an interesting challenge if it does get there.
Monster Beverage target 296 from 87 overweight reiterated at Morgan Stanley. What do you think there?
3 consumer staple names that we own: Monster, Walmart, and Costco, which is kind of recovering nicely from really a fall of underperformance.
I don't know,
like
it's
the
dude.
consumer
Even the little
staple
fucking
sector
shitty
right now.
out of the
I think
monies, they
these
already
3
fucking
names,
quadrupled.
are the names that could be the driving
That's what I said. Just I'd
force
wait for premiums
towards a
at this
good
point
year
if you want to go in and
2026 for
out,
the
but
sector.
there's
All right.
no way to
Santoli,
tell.
He's next with his midday word. We're back after this.
All right, hopefully you got a good push-up in there. Where's Tim Waltz? I don't. Where did he post this statement? Where does Tim Waltz post shit?
Dude, 105? Yeah, does he post it on Blue Sky? That's funny as fuck. Maybe he posted on Truth Social. It's possible. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, bro. Even those, they had crazy, like, we're talking like 160s on silver. They were for like a penny. They're going for 8 cents now. That's why I was going to wait for it to damn chill out for a second. But I'm going to just watch till one of these premiums. Eventually, this is going to cause a gap in it, bro. You're going to get a fat, like, premium fuck up, but... And then we could hopefully take advantage of it. But it just keeps going, dude. This is, like, actually unreal. It's a very, very interesting time. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Monster? What do you mean? Have you never been to a construction site? Do you realize Monster powers probably like 80% of the GDP in America? At least when it comes to like construction and manufacturing. What are you, this guy? What are you saying, Mon? You don't know anything about Monster? Dude, Monster is fucking... Yeah, and the military, bro. You kidding me? You wouldn't have a fucking safe country without Monster. It's crazy, bro. You live off white Monster? Even the Quants? What the fuck? Even the Quants are drinking white Monsters? You were crushing 2 Monsters per day? Yeah, dude. America runs on Monster. It's like Dunkin', kind of. Yeah, if bonds wake up, though, see what... Again, I'm surprised the Russell's actually holding up a little better, but yeah. And then SPY's still melting. It's just all damn fucking... It's UNG and silver right now. That's the crazy part. Rondo. IP and SW. Didn't they have a fucking buyout like a while ago? Or am I tripping? That sounds so familiar, but IP's up 1-2. Keep eyes on that. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I don't see the knucklehead statement. Yeah. They were doing something on Friday. I remember IP. I swear it was a buyout or stake. They're both moving, though, and they're both about 2 caterpillars waking up right now. And then JCI. A lot of these industrial, JCI, Cat, they're all starting to wake up. They were down earlier. Now. It is. Is it the? I think it's the biggest green day since 2008, which is kind of nuts because we've seen so many of these big days, but to think none of them have breached 10% like that. Because again, I mean, commodities don't really move like that. Monster is the diesel of the people. Yeah, bro, it's big. It's big. It came from his office? He has an office? He had a productive call. Governor made the case we need impartial investigations of Minneapolis shootings and that we need to reduce the number of agents in Minnesota. He agreed he would talk to the Department of Homeland about ensuring the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is able to conduct an independent investigation. As would be the case ordinarily, the president agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota and working with the state in a more coordinated fashion on immigration enforcement regarding violent criminals. The governor reminded President Trump that Minnesota Department of Correction already honors federal detainers by notifying Immigration and Customs when a person committed to custody isn't a U.S. citizen. There's not a single documented case of the department releasing someone from state prison without offering to ensure a smooth transition of custody. That's it. I thought they would be like, we came to an agreement to play foosball together. Nothing. No foosball. No hopscotch. I guess I had high hopes. But sounds good for now. Sounds good for now. Gosh, silver again? And then Core Weave dying. They're gonna outperform. I mean, at this, they might have to. You're already up 40% on the year, 45, I think, maybe more. So it's like, even if silver drops in half of the gain right now, it'll still be up 20%. But remember, after like 2-3 years of gains like this, it's usually like a big. Ever the third year is usually very big or bust. We've only done that since 3 times, I think, since World War II. But at this point, I mean, silver's already there by a fat margin. So it'll be very hard to, even if silver gave up a lot, it would still be up over 20%. Do. Yeah, bonds got a little bit. I think we're just going to play this silver game for a minute. That's crazy, though. You could have bought any of the out of the monies. I was looking at them this morning, but I didn't think you were going to have the best day in history. That's it, bro. It took off. They even stopped selling silver contracts on certain expirations. Let me check my other broker. Yeah, I don't think it'll fill these. Yeah, bro, they're stopping the silver plays on certain expirations. So anything in mid-month, they're not offering them anymore. That's fucked up. They were already like out of the money by default, but they won't even fill you. Yeah, you can't even put a market order in. Interesting. Habibi, they very... Yeah, anything February 9th to February 17th, even the 16th, you could only do February 20th. But any of the next week ones, they let some go in earlier in the day, but they cut them off. Any of these crazy far out the money ones, they stopped. Are we holding GME? Why the fuck is this when did you think this was a team effort, sir? So, yeah. And that was kind of disappointing. I mean, some of y'all have, again, I've been trying to hook y'all up with stuff this year, and be a little nicer, but I think some of y'all have misinterpreted it. I want to fall back into real learning and knowledge, but you're like probably the 10th person who's asked me about a play.
And unfortunately, I already regret telling you, so I'll keep those to the locked in. But even if I tell the locked in, I'm not trying to give you guys plays. I'm trying to tell you, I'm giving you stuff timely. I mean, you got that within the first second. They literally went 300, 400%. But yeah, you guys got to do your own thing on there. And I've seen people post plays without reasoning, a little bit of pumperoonie. Not down with that. GLSI. Well, yeah, if you guys want to learn the best, go through the trading fraternity videos, and you could learn a lot of different strategies, and you could see what I'm doing. But like I'm saying, man, too gambly, and then it's, if you end up doing stuff you don't know why you're doing it, and you're just trying, like, this isn't Poly Market, this isn't another stream where people are, energy, we buy it. Hold the line. None of that shit. So I think you make some choices, decide, and you'll be good. But yeah, I'm not down with that. Hi, BB. Silver's still going. 13%. 116.77. Just not stop. Bro, even the other shitty ones, when I told you they went 10 cents, have already fucking doubled again. This is kind of getting nuts. They have to do some margin shit today, no? Burry's a great value investor. He is. But if you're going to use it to pump GME, just make your 300% and call it a day, bro. You don't need to be that dramatic. Yeah. I'll give you guys one for locked in. I know, bro. I sold mine. The other set I had expired January 16th. I sold them at like 1,000 and change, but then that would have been a 10,000 percenter, I believe. And then if you fucking roll, you would have been in the money. We were in the money at like 60 or 70 on SLV. And then there was a 90. It was insane, dude. Well, like I talked about today, I mean, usually silver doesn't go up like this, and it usually leads to something. But at this point, like, you might get like intraday stuff, or like tomorrow we'll wake up with like good and bad news. But the reality of all this is that it's just gonna be the real like death blow. And when this type of fucking squeeze stops, there's gonna be some macro event. And that doesn't, it's easy to assume that means bad, but it doesn't. It could be anything. It could be literally
anything from a pandemic to a change in currency to recession fears, a euro crisis. It could be anything, but it's going to be something macro. That's really the only way you stop this fucking ship at this point. But again, it's after, but you move 13% in a day. And remember, I was telling you guys the break evens. Remember, they were pricing in 47% on the year at one point when we got into this year. So it's just going to be wild. They're saying the JP Morgan needs to liquidate silver short. I mean, at this point, with how the options are trading, I think there's something up with that, but I still don't buy the short narrative. I think this is China, you guys. It's so crazy how many people have told me short when we said China. Again, I mean, remember, China's the one that started all this at the beginning of this year. But I kind of believe more in China than anything right now. Battery and data. I think that's part of it. You mix in that, you mix in the China stuff. I think all of that is more, that's way bigger. And Europe defense spending, all those things. I think all of those are bigger than the fucking short narrative or anything. But again, that's what we were talking about for months now. So it's not like the higher it goes, it's not like those real theses disappear. That's why I'm kind of shocked how quick some people are to abandon that. If there's China, any way to know when it becomes absurd? No, but this is already absurd. That's the crazy part, but it doesn't mean, again, it's going to keep moving. Even today, I was waiting for premiums to come down to take some and then just ripped. So, but at the end of the day, it's like, I think it's just getting to the point where it is absurd, but it's just wait for the macro. That's it now. Silver is going to just be nuts all year until something macro happens. But that's going to be, you already got slingshotted. You're in the current right now. It has to, like, that's it. We need that shit to fucking, you need a macro event to know when this is going to end for real. So good luck. The next SCOTUS stuff? I do not know. I don't think we get any this week. I don't know if Trump is going to talk today. We have a press thing at 10 a.m. Oh, it's 10 a.m. right now. It'll probably tweak at 120. That's where it's trying to go to 120. It likes to stop at 18s. But yeah, it's either going to go 118 to 120 or that's it. But yeah, I'd watch out for that. But Chad, it's time to go to Philo. So if you'd like to join Philo, it's free $99. You could just click on the video. But I'm going to move on over to there. And then we'll, on a historic Silver Day, we'll take a nice little break and talk about life. How does that sound? Sound good? I think it sounds good. So it should take you there. Otherwise, click the link in the chat. God bless America. God bless you. It's going. And I will see you there, my brethren. Goodbye.